back to the Hotel Orloff. It's our weekly Thursday night Dum-Dum meeting. I believe it's the 16th week we've done this. Actually, would be 17 weeks. 1 week we skipped because my wife wasn't feeling well. She's doing a little better, but if you want to help with the Go Fund Me campaign we've got going, this is the link. It would be really great. Some wonderful anonymous person donated $500, but if you could just kick in $15, $20, and if you can't do that, if you could just say a prayer, just help things out around here. Right now she's working. She works from home, so she's upstairs. I'm downstairs trying to keep quiet so I don't bother her. So and this is the link to come on the show if you'd like to come on and celebrate all things wonderful. So Donald Trump had a press conference from Mar-a-Lago. I only got to see a few minutes of it. I'm going to watch it later tonight with my wife. It looked like he was really tearing up the press. But anyway, um, nice to see you guys. I was watching show last night. Graphic Man was going through all his Edgar Rice Burroughs books. It seems like he had 4 or 5 different versions of every Edgar Rice Burroughs book, and that made me think all my books are scattered and not organized because, after the move. And so I thought maybe I should get all my Doc Savage books together, all my Edgar Rice Burroughs books together. And, eventually I'll have some bookshelves to put the stuff on. So that's something I was gonna. Can you guys even hear me, by the way? Let me see. Let me make sure I'm at Gotham City Comics is there. He says it was a great press con. Yeah, people can hear me apparently. Let me make sure I'm on the right Wi-Fi real quick. Um, oh, yes, I am. Can you hear me now? No audio. Well, now we can't hear you. Why did that happen? Hold on. Um, okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. How can you hear me now? Sorry, I just stepped in the shower as I'm mowing the lawn, and um, I don't know, lots of. Um, can you guys hear me? It's good, says Meyer. This is not Edgar Rice Burroughs, but it's very Edgar Rice Burroughs like. Lee Brackett, she was, you know, uh, George Lucas's Star Wars, heavily influenced by Edgar Rice Burroughs and Flash Gordon. And of course, then he got Lee Brackett, who wrote very Edgar Rice Burroughs like books to write the initial script for The Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, that's good stuff. But oh man, yeah, I got to get these together. Now this is Edgar Rice Burroughs' world, but it is not written by Edgar Rice Burroughs. What a great cover, huh? John Eric Holmes. In the tradition of Edgar Rice Burroughs, Mahars of Pellucida is one of the few authorized novels based on a series created by Edgar Rice Burroughs but not written by him. Only authors such as Philip Jose Farmer and Fritz Lieber have been permitted to do so in the past. Mayars of Pellucida is an honored exception simply because it is an exceptional novel. Mayars of Pellucida is the kind of action-packed adventure that Edgar Rice Burroughs would have written for us today. So, if you've already read all the man, I used to have all the stats in my head. I think Edgar Rice Burroughs read 109 books. If you read them all, then they were coming up with new books for you with Boris Vallejo covers. Let's see what people talk about in the chat here, man. Damon points out Lee Brackett, who wrote Librio Lobo and Empire Strikes Back. Yes, she wrote other movie scripts before Empire Strikes Back. That is true. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Damon. And Myers says, I really enjoy your videos, Damon. I'm a fan. Oh, yes, I'm a fan too. Yeah, 100%. Damon Packard is a genius. Damon Packard, back when they actually got good writers to write big budget summer blockbuster movies. Yeah, I tell you what, man, it's just hard to believe what's happened to us, man. I just remember being, how old was I? 15. The summer, I just turned 15 and seeing The Empire Strikes Back. Golly Moses, I went to this big old time movie theater, the Ridgely Theater in Fort Worth. Well, I got there. People don't understand anymore because now movie theaters, they sell you tickets and you know what seat you're going to sit in and you can buy them in advance. Back then, you had to get there early to secure your seat. And it was the first, Empire Strikes Back. It was Saturday morning, the first, it opened on a Friday. And there I was, late May 1980. And um, my mother drove me over to Fort Worth because I was 15. And okay, so we get there real early in the morning for like a noon show, right? It's going to start at noon. So everyone got into the theater. It was before 10 o'clock in the morning, and the theater was already filled, and all the seats were filled, waiting for a 12 o'clock show. Well, the manager realized the theater's already full. Why don't I show the movie and get these people out of here and get a new crowd in for the 12 o'clock show? So they gave us an early 10 o'clock show, and so we watched them, and then I said, well, we had planned to see the 12 o'clock show, so I stuck around for the 12 o'clock show. So I saw it twice back to back. I think my mom went out and sat in the car during the second showing of it. But that movie was so incredible. And compared to what they're cranking out today and calling Star Wars is unbelievable. Let's see. Anyway, so what I'll do is I'm going to pull my Edgar Rice Burroughs, and these aren't Edgar Rice Burroughs books, but they're like Edgar Rice Burroughs books. What is the stupid expression they use now? They're Edgar Rice Burroughs adjacent. Adjacent. Never trust anyone that uses the word adjacent unless they're in a math class. Okay. So we found two, but they aren't actually Edgar Rice Burroughs. And, speaking of, there's the paperback novelization. Back then, there were only two. A movie came out, and you could buy the novelization, and they novelized just about every movie came out. There was a paperback version. You'd be amazed. Every movie, Blood Feast, there's a novelization of it. But you could get the soundtrack album, or you could get the novelization. That was about it. Sometimes, in the case of Star Wars, there was also a comic book. That was about the only place you could get. Let's see. Yeah, and Damon Packard uses the word blockbuster. That's what kids today don't understand. They call it a blockbuster because the crowds would line up around the block to get into the theater. Damon says, I like how you decorated your place. The mirrored ceilings look great. Looks like that took a lot of time. Actually, it might have for the previous owners. They put in these ceilings because they intended this first floor to be a dance hall, and that's why they did it. I noticed the other day. I don't know if you can see this. There's a shoe print on the ceiling, so they must have had this on the floor and were stepping on it before they put it up. So, um, but I can't take credit for that. Um, one thing it does is it keeps the Wi-Fi signal from getting from upstairs down to here. So what we had to do, they just replaced the siding on the house. So the guy from the internet company came out, and while the siding was off, he drilled a hole through the wall. See, and then I got this new router down here, which is what I was trying to do. I was trying to make sure I'm on this router and not the one coming from upstairs that has a hard time getting through the ceiling. But anyway, that's the that's what's going on there, man. Yeah, Damon, it's nice to see you there. Um, I love that werewolf movie you did. That was fantastic. I couldn't believe how great that was. Okay, here's Daniel P. Mannix. The secret rites and revels of the world's most shocking private club, the Hellfire Club. Benjamin Franklin was a member of that. Um, Mad Adventures of Captain Klutz. Here's some shadow books. Man, you know what I need to do? I'm going to organize. Here's a Robert Bloch book, right? Yours truly, Jack the Ripper. I'm going to get my Robert Bloch books together. Oh, there's someone waiting to come on. Why is Meyer Greenblatt at the stage?
Hey, what's going on?
Hello there. Oh, I
Hi.
thought maybe I should, not much. I thought I could organize paperbacks so I could see,
Oh, cool.
so I pulled
Looking forward
this.
to looking at it.
Yeah, I got this Robert Bloch book, and I'm setting them down on top of this pinball machine. And I know I just saw Psycho over here. Um, this was, I guess the plan was to make this a kitchen, but right now it's there's nothing here except a counter and some but I'm using the cupboards to put books because I don't all my bookshelf a lot of my bookshelves didn't come make the voyage here from Texas. Oh, someone else is trying to come in. Oh, it's Paulo. Add to stage. Hello,
Hello.
Paulo.
How's it
Paulo
going?
from Portugal. It's
Hey,
going okay, I guess. Oh, I'm doing several things at once. What's up with you?
Ah, I'm going. Slightly less hot.
What's the temperature there in Portugal?
It's gone down to about 90, 95.
Oh, it's hot over there in Portugal. Where is Portugal on the globe, like lines of latitude? I mean, where would it line up with the United States or South
Our
America?
capital is on the same latitude as New York City.
Well, it seems like you'd be hot there. I mean, cold. What am I talking about? Hot? Why? Seems like it would be the same weather as New York City, but what do I know about science?
Mm, well, the eastern seaboards of continents are colder than the western seaboards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because we're on the same on the same latitude as the border between South and North Korea, and the Koreas and the north of China get pretty cold in the winter.
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to believe there are other countries other than the United States of America. It's hard to imagine.
That's right. There are only two other countries, Mexico and Canada.
I thought everybody had moved here, man. Have all the people left from your mental institutions and come here? yet, or your prisoners?
No, our people go to soccer stadiums instead on Sundays.
Oh, okay. What do they do the rest of the week?
They work.
Man, you know what? You find the darndest things when you're just look. I just found Charles Middleton's autograph,
Oh,
so now I've got to get a good picture of from somewhere in the collection of Ming the Merciless and get that matted with it. Okay, so I found Psycho. So I'll put Psycho with yours truly, Jack the Ripper, and right next to Psycho are some Edgar Rice Burroughs books.
mhm.
Should I put Edgar Rice Burroughs with the fake Edgar Rice Burroughs books? No, let's see what we got. Same stuff you guys saw last night. These are little miniature books, these Ace books, but they really will fit in your pocket. Okay, so yeah, buddy. All right, they're everywhere, man. I'm
I
sure I've
enjoyed
got.
those movies with Doug McClure in them.
Oh yeah.
The Land That Time Forgot and The People That Time Forgot. I saw those when they came out in the theater.
Imp says, "You ever watch Mannix, the TV show? Pretty cool." Yeah, I love these random.
I love
Yeah,
Mannix. I love
um,
Mannix. Mannix had a great theme song, and
yeah.
some of the stuff that Damon Packard has made are some of his videos or short films are derivative of the era of Mannix.
Well, he
I
is
would
fascinated with made-for-television movie of the
I
week,
love it. Yeah,
1970s
yeah,
films, and and he I don't want to psychoanalyze him while he's watching. He could speak for himself, but it seems like he's someone that loves Spielberg, and then Spielberg changed and became this bizarre creature. And it's like, because that's not the same guy that made Raiders of the Lost Ark that's making this crap today. So he seems to have um, a love hate relationship with him, and I think and that ties in because Spielberg started in the TV movie of the weeks, Duel, and
yeah,
the segment of the Night Gallery pilot, yeah,
yeah.
and
Those
all of
TV movies of
Packard's
the week.
movies, a lot of them look a lot like those TV movie of the week, with Carrie
Yeah,
Black or
there was this mystery terror theme that was going on in the early '70s that I remember I would like stay up late and be allowed to watch those movies of the week, and they would be like Hope Lang, getting lost in the desert and, and being chased by a phantom trucker, or it would like there was like this or don't answer the phone, the call is coming from inside the house type thing going on, or a big haunted estate inherited. I don't know if derivative was the right word. It might be a homage or something that whatever he does, it takes you
they're
back to
homages. Yeah,
1972. It kind
yeah,
of
they're
brings you
homages.
back in
Did
time.
I say derivative? No, he's
I
not.
said derivative. No,
Oh, okay,
I
right, right.
said derivative. Yeah, yeah. I was saying that I don't know if that was I used the right word. I said that what he does, some of it is it's like something. It's a taste of it. Like the one that he what's the shadows of what was the one that was like a movie of the week. There was the opening is is like this Carol Lindley type woman
Reflections of
in slow
Evil is his
motion in front of
masterpiece.
like a community college in like a chiffon dress.
Yeah, yeah.
It's awesome. It's beautiful.
Okay, so I'm going to get all these different types of books organized here. That's then Kevin's going to come on from Gotham City Comics at some point. I was talking with him earlier. Okay, so let's get the Ian Fleming James Bond books together here from Russia with Love. Those are the books you would have gotten. Um, Oh, I just got a little text message from Charlton 66. He sent me a package. I was supposed to do an unboxing. He said I'll be at the shop till 9. I'll watch when I get home. Because I told him I was going to do an unboxing. So remind me to do that unboxing here. I just got distracted by this. Here's You Only Live Twice. Okay. This has a sticker they put on it. Um, it says girls, thrills, chills, and bad word galore. in a smash new movie starring Sean Connery. That's a sticker that they put over it because they're trying to turn the already printed books into movie novelizations. I mean, obviously Sean Connery's not on the cover, but they want you to know this is based on a movie. This is a little stop motion animated figure made by someone who is now a huge name in Hollywood, Aaron Sims. He worked on Evil Dead 2, and he's a production. He does production design paintings for major movies. Oh, someone's coming in. Well, it's Gotham City at the stage. Hello there.
You guys there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, all right. I'm going through books, trying to organize genres because just got inspired by watching that show last night. Oh, here's some more Burroughs books and a Sean Connery book. Okay, let's go put these. Yeah, so what's new in Mesa, Arizona?
Nothing new. Nothing new. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Did he show this one last? Oh, let me make myself bigger. Did he show this one last night? I don't remember.
I
don't
think
remember.
I think he
Some
did.
of them,
Yes, yes.
oh,
Yep.
he did.
I don't remember.
There were a few that he was not showing because the covers were Frazetta covers that showed a little bit too much. I
Yeah,
noticed
but
that there was.
it's at that resolution. It's practically impossible to even see the side boob.
Oh no, I'm talking about the.
Hmm.
No, I'm talking about the Moon Maid with the girl
Hmm.
on the centaur guy. You know that
Ah,
it's a little bit too
yeah.
much
Mhm.
posterior, I think, for him to show. Also, this one, I don't think he showed that, did he? Maybe he did. I just,
I think he showed a different Moon Man.
yeah.
More recent
My
reading.
gosh, I've got something he doesn't have. Wow, I'm cool. Here's the people that time forgot. I bet he didn't show that one.
Not that
Um,
one.
here's a Sean Connery book. I'll put it with my James Bond books. All right. Okay. Yes, Doug McClure. What did they call him in The Simpsons? Troy McSomething. It's
Troy
supposed to be.
McClure.
Was it? Yeah. It was obviously supposed to be him. Um, Fistful of Death. My goodness. Which is not related to For a Few Dollars More. Should
No,
I
that would
make
be.
a section of movie adaptations here? Oh, here's the good, the bad, and the ugly. So
Fistful of dollars.
there must be a fistful of dollars, but I don't. I have a fistful of death.
Mm.
I don't have that one. Here's Combat. It's a bunch of stuff from the magazine Yank.
Oh,
So
cool.
it's God damn that print. Gosh darn, I'm sorry. That print is very small. Um, the making of the movie Jaws. This movie was very. You had to be there in the summer of '75 to know exactly how they merchandised the heck out of that.
That's a book about the making of the movie, and it's a paperback.
Yeah, it came
Yeah,
out not long after Jaws came out.
it was
You're-
a blockbuster. This was a very popular movie for for like an entire year or more after it was released, and
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
it was the
where
number one
why
bestseller. Yeah.
that's the movie that invented summer blockbusters. You know, pretty much.
What was that kid's name? R.I.P. Alex Leitner, or whatever that kid's the kid that got ate in the channel or something
Oh, I don't know.
in the
I don't
movie.
remember.
For some reason, I just thought of that little kid that got that that was integral in the involvement.
Do you remember this? The official book of sick jokes. Everything was official. Oh man, is Don Martin books should probably be pulled. Oh, this is one of the greatest books of all time. Lord of the Rings by the Harvard Lampoon, parody of
Yeah.
J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. It's brilliant. Brilliant, I tell you. And of course, we have dialogues of Plato because this library is very highbrow here.
Hey, Groucho,
Yeah.
would you ever drink a liquid that glows in the dark?
Not. I hope not. You mean glows in the dark, or with the hope of black light glows?
It's a drink that glows in the dark, and you charge it with the sun, and it glows in the dark.
Huh.
Yeah,
Does it make your
I don't
teeth
know about
glow?
that, man.
Does it make your teeth like glow or something? Or something? I have that issue. That
Well,
I don't.
Gold Strike is glue. It didn't really glow, but you could see it in the dark because it had things
Yeah.
floating like that were gold-like.
No, this is actual glow in the dark drink.
Oh wait, I'm not. I'm not. Is this the gun that goes with Han Solo? It is, isn't it? Myra, you'll know that.
That goes with
yeah,
a couple different guys. You could use that with some other characters too.
I think
Well,
that's the one that goes
what
with
gun does
Solo.
this go with?
That's a Jawa gun. That goes with the
Yeah.
Jawa.
Oh, I have the Jawa upstairs. Thank you. How many damn fists does Baron Karza have? I keep finding fists. I must
He
have
comes with
seven
four, I think.
fists for that little guy.
I think he might come with four.
Okay, that makes sense. How about the red projectiles that I think they
Yeah,
banned that
he's
shot
got
out
like
of
one that
his?
goes in his chest and like two that come out of the pack or something. I think he has like
Oh,
maybe,
I
but
don't
he
know. I don't think I
might have come
have
with
the
six.
pack.
I can't remember, but he came with a bunch. It was a bunch. Do you still have that styrofoam? Remember the packaging on it was kind of cool. It was like they were really. It was close to the Japanese packaging. Oh, that's a good
Yeah,
figure.
no, I have Baron Karza because I thought he was so cool. That was
Yeah,
he's
he
around
was
here
really cool.
somewhere. Oh, here's
Commercial
one.
stuff.
People that time forgot.
Yeah, I have that edition too. That's the same one that I
Yeah,
read.
those are the common. I mean, that's what everybody's got.
Yeah, they're what I read. I bought them all when I was a kid. When I was like started when I was about 10 until I'm probably 17 or 18 and was buying them and reading them the whole time.
like
Yeah,
like
that's right.
like I said, they novelized everything. Who would have
Yeah,
thought there'd be a novel of the jerk? Someone I was just it's got pictures. I was just looking at YouTube and someone was showing like a 10-minute segment of the jerk. And I thought, I haven't thought of that movie in years. And here's the novelization. You know what's right next to it is The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. See, I don't. Maybe the library needs to be organized a little better. I don't know.
it seems like the movie tie-ins and the novelizations and television stuff was really heavily pushed at checkouts in supermarkets at the paperback racks, not necessarily in a bookstore or even like a stationery store or a dime store. The ones that were big, like that Jaws or like that other one that you just showed, it was stuff was being sold into moms because it was
Yeah.
tied into a movie or TV show and it was a same purchase type situation.
Okay. The movie The Princess Bride. That's normal people. They think they're being edgy by saying that's my favorite movie. Um. Okay. Let me get these books organized here. Lord of the Rings. Okay. So the original book of The Princess Bride. Look at the cover to it. Imagine if the movie looked like this.
Yeah, this is a great book. I read this when I was a kid. Yeah,
The
it's a
movie did
great book.
not
It's
look
got a
like
lot,
that.
it's got a ton of humor in it, though. It is filled with humor, like the movie is in a way.
Yes. Look at this. Author of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and all this. Marathon Man. Oh, I didn't. I guess I didn't really remember that who wrote it. I mean, it was a movie that came out. I liked it. It's not a movie that changed my life. This friend of mine got married, and they had the preacher or whoever they hired to be the person. They did all the lines from The Princess Bride from some wedding scene. Talk about cringy, man. So that was almost as cringy as this other friend of mine. That when he came down the aisle with his bride, they had "Crimson and Clover" by Tommy James and the Shondells playing. Now I like that song, but man, no, not when you're coming. It's like the echoey part of where. Well, it's like, man, you're doing. No, I won't. I'd better be quiet. I know that person doesn't watch my show, so it's all right. Here's a. That's what Scarlet Witch is supposed to look like.
I like the Carpenters. I think the Carpenters are still appropriate at both weddings and graduation ceremonies.
Yeah, but not Crimson and Clover, the echoey psychedelic
No.
part.
You've
Oh
only
man.
just begun. Is what you're gonna is a good one, right?
Yeah, but it should when the bride's coming down. It should be "Here Comes the Bride." I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Here's
absolutely. Yeah, I
Harold
agree.
and Maude.
Oh, there's another one of these novelizations.
But was this a novelization or was it a book first?
That looks like it's after. It looks like it's promoting the movie.
I think it belonged to Thomas.
I mean, it's a photograph from the film where she stole a tree from downtown and then took it down to Montera and replanted it.
Okay. Maybe I have a bunch of Star Trek paperbacks. I'll put this with that. And maybe I'll make a Matt Helm section too here.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, here's the Star Trek books here. Right behind the fake dog poop is, let's see. I've got a whole shelf of Star Trek. And I don't see any Edgar Rice Burroughs books on that shelf. I'll put the Monsters of Star Trek. Oh, this was also from that same summer. Okay, we're Jaws jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Do you have the Game of Jaws?
No, I never got that. Did you have it?
Yeah, I have it. I had it, and then I bought a new, and then I replaced it by buying, not a new one. I bought a vintage one, still in the box and everything in good shape, a couple of years ago to replace the one I sold at a garage sale.
That's not something I ever got. Here's some Doc Savage books. They're the Whitman books. Let's see what's behind here.
Do you have any Casca, the Eternal Warrior?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Look at this. Chronicles of Lensman, Volume 2. This is where the Green Lantern comics come from, basically. Green Lantern Corps.
I have never read those.
Yeah, they're good. It's basically Green Lantern. that's what it is. This is H.P. Lovecraft, Life. I think S.T. Joshi is a big Lovecraft authority. I think he wears dresses, but he was doing that before it was really cool. This is look at this. Oh my God! This is now. Ken Kelly was what Frazetta's like nephew or something. He's related to him or something. Or he was an apprentice. I think he was also related to him somehow. And of course, you know him also from the Kiss album covers. Love Gun and all that. Oh man, I'm starting to. It's cool looking at because you forget because where I used to live, I knew where all my books were, but here I don't. I came and I moved and I put the books up and that shelf looks crooked. There's something wrong with that. Oh well, this is Masters of Deceit. Okay. How old will you be in 1984?
Did you ever read Little Big Man? Remember the movie Little Big Man?
Oh yeah, I love the movie.
The book is really good. The book is written by this. I think his name is Thomas Berger. He's kind of a satirist. Like the humor that is in the movie, it's also in the book. The book predates the movie, I guess. And then he also wrote Neighbors. Remember that John Belushi, Dan Aykroyd film, kind of a underground
Neighbors.
cult.
Yeah.
Most people don't like it. Well, his book that movie is based on is also really good. I read both of those when I was in the Army. I found them at the base library and just discovered them both, and they were great books.
I think that I was thinking maybe the reason I don't have as many Burroughs books as I think I do is I could have read a bunch of them by checking them out of the library, which is what people used to do in the old days. Oh, here's a
I used to get to whatever different Army base I was arriving to, and there were different places that I would investigate and check on, and the library was one of the first places I would go into and figure out, and just begin checking out everything in the entire library over the year that I was there. I
yeah
haven't seen the Psycho book, but yeah, I mean, but a lot of us used to do that. You move to a new town, one of the first places you go is the library to see what they have.
yeah. Um, let me see what I got here in this shelf. Yeah, I'm putting too much stress on these shelves with these books. I got to get new bookshelves, man. This is not good. Um, how are these new Dune book movies? Are they any good?
I have no idea.
All right, look at
I don't.
this.
Yeah, I
Sword
don't
and
either.
Sorcery, but look who wrote it.
Yeah,
Huh.
there's a lot of Gardner F. Fox stuff
Yeah.
from that period.
Yeah, this is where I used to live, Heidelberg. Okay.
I went to Heidelberg once. The Michelin, they used to organize a contest for energy saving called Challenge Bim Bam Doom, named after their mascot. And we stopped by Heidelberg, and they had us visit the castle and stuff. Yeah, cute little town.
Now, these are Edgar Rice Burroughs, like, sort of. I
I love
mean,
them.
you just got to know the joke behind that.
I
Let's
Yeah.
love
see.
them. I discovered them after I had already read a bunch of Burroughs, and I discovered them when I was in 10th grade. And because they were racy, I really got into them, and I was I was devouring those gore books because of the soft core
Yeah.
prawn that
To
was
those
inside of them.
to those that don't know, John Norman's gore is to Edgar Rice Burroughs as Flash Gordon is to Flash Gordon.
I was trying to keep the show clean by not getting into great detail about it. If someone
Uh,
wants to know, they can look it up on the internet.
mhm.
Try to keep
But I
I
this
think
love
a
people,
them.
family-friendly
I think
show
people
for
under,
my grandchildren.
yeah, I think
I
people
think the
understood.
writing's good. The books flow. They're not slow. They're not boring, and his descriptives are good. I liked all that stuff. I mean, it's obviously like a knockoff of Burroughs, but it's not bad. It's palatable.
Yeah, like McDonald's, man. No, that's better. They're better than McDonald's. What am I talking about?
Yeah, they're White
Oh,
Castle.
it's White Castle, man. Have you ever been to a White Castle, Paulo?
No, the one time I was in America, I was discouraged from going to one.
What
They
kind of
explained
moron were you hanging? Never mind. That's your friend. See, this is how I get myself in trouble, calling
no,
people's friends
they
morons.
explained to me why they were called the process of why they were called sliders,
You
and I
slide them
just
down your mouth, man.
no, they slide on the grease when you put them on the grill.
Oh, I don't know if that person was telling you the truth. They're taking advantage of you.
No, the one thing the one thing that I decided was not going to try was Taco Bell.
Oh man, you got to try everything, man.
I tried Hardee's and Wendy's.
These
We don't
people
have
that you hang
we
out
don't have
with.
those in Europe. We don't have those in Europe.
What do you have? What American fast food do you have over there?
Well, McDonald's is about 80% of American fast food. We have Pizza Hut, but it's less popular than Telepizza, which is a Spanish chain. We have KFC and Burger King. KFC used to be more popular than Burger King. Now it's the other way around. they are left with the scraps of what McDonald's lets them have in the market. Subway always has a hard time getting any sort of foothold in the market. I tried Subway twice, and twice I hated it. I do not recommend it.
We just had Subway's the only uh, the only one we've got here that's like a franchise. We don't have Taco Bell, McDonald's, anything. But there's a local restaurant downtown that's back engineered, like the Big Mac. They back engineered how to make the
There's a French franchise who did that. They're called Paso Burger. If you ever go to Paris, you can try one.
well, the thing is, they make Big Macs better than McDonald's ever did. Maybe the way they did back 50, 60 years ago. They figured they do it with real meat and stuff, and but they've
And
so
we
you can
have
go and actually get the food, but
yeah, we have a few Taco Bells, but they're not very, very popular. The thing about Mexican food in Portugal is that since Mexican food is sort of based in Spanish recipes, even when using local ingredients, it doesn't taste exotic to us. It tastes too normal, so there's no point in going to a franchise. And we have nowadays we have 2 or 3 locations with Steak and Shake.
yeah, I ate there once. So I wasn't that impressed, but
Mhm.
who knows?
Yeah, I knew of them because they used to sponsor Graham Rahal in IndyCar.
Oh, all right. Okay, so this is a book about Edgar Rice Burroughs. Put that here. There's Tarzan at the Earth's core. Put that here. Make a separate thing for Gore. And then I'll put this book about Ed Gein next to Psycho. Oh, and then Mickey Spillane. I guess I need to put my Mickey Spillane books together.
Hmm Yeah,
And
I have 2 or 3 Mickey Spillanes. Well, I like the writing.
and the Robert E. Howard stuff needs to be together. So let's put that here. And then maybe I'll make a stack of TV adaptations because I just saw Brady Bunch over there and Nanny and the Professor. I don't, who would have bought a Nanny and the Professor paperback? I mean, I bought it used, but who would have bought it when it came out is the question. Somebody, obviously. All right. So make a quick scouring. Kevin, did you have anything cool to show? You were going through. Kevin at Gotham City Comics was going through some of the boxes that he's just uncovered in the back of his store, and I was wondering if he's uncovering anything amazing.
I just got sidetracked by the new shipment for next week's DC Comics.
Oh, any facsimiles in there?
Yeah, House of Secrets 92.
Is that the Swamp Thing one?
Yeah,
Is that about the 5th or 6th time they've done that?
I'm sure, but I don't remember having it like within the last 5 years.
Yeah, well, put one of those in my pile too because it probably looks more real than the last few times they did it. And that when
I think I forgot to show you this.
oh, hold on, look at this. This is Will Eisner in the '70s trying to. Uh, it's he's using the Spirit. It's the Spirit Casebook, True Haunted, and it's
It looks like you put a sticker over the trade dress.
on this book.
Yeah, look
No,
at
that's really there. He's just trying to hope that somebody still remembers the Spirit. Hold on, let me go to your screen. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Oh my gosh.
it's just a cheap $10 mask.
Yeah, that's better than anything I've seen in a while. At least at the Dollar General is the only place that I go to.
I think you can get this. I think you can get this from there.
I
You look like you just beat Medicare.
yeah, I that gorilla mask you showed last week with those spiral eyes. That would be an amazing get up. I would love that. It's a bunch of Doc Savage, but it looks like it's already together, so I won't mess with that.
That dime store in New Jersey, I got this from.
Oh, what? Is that a 70s edition of that? No, it's Mobius. Okay.
And I got a Green
Interesting.
Lantern one on the way.
Okay. Is that store going out of business or something? What's going on with it?
I think they just sell everything online now.
Oh,
Those guys were talking about um, these stores, these old rack stores in New Jersey. Like you could still find figures from 20, 30 years ago there.
oh,
Like they sell old stuff. They'll keep it there until it sells. Basically,
uh-huh.
they don't ever just like throw it out or anything or donate it. They just keep it there until it sells.
Okay.
Yeah, this must be new, like maybe early 2000s, maybe with that logo.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's cool. I've got a built-up model kit of that Superboy. It looks great when it's built.
Yeah, did you build it?
It was built when I got it, but I think what I did is I did some repainting on it because it was painted by somebody in the 60s. Um,
Show me how you painted the dragon next time you walk by it.
oh, I'll do that now if you want. It's just a few feet away. Um, let's see.
Oh, did I send you the police comics already?
Me? No, I no.
Okay.
The last thing I got from the facsimile I got was
I was checking. This one over here was supposed to be in your box.
yeah, I need a police comic. Can you see the dragon there? It actually
No,
looks you can't.
go
Um
in closer. No, hold on. Let me look.
let me pull this thing just out of here.
It's behind that head that you're just showing.
Yeah, probably. Let's see.
Somebody just pulled up. Yeah, it's been slow in here. Okay, you painted him a lighter. I like that.
Yeah, I painted him two-tone,
Yeah, I like how
um
he looks. That's why I bought it basically for that
well
dragon in
what
that cave.
what you do is you use the dry brush technique to bring out the scales
Yeah.
and so
The guy that was supposed to be painting my models, his wife passed away.
oh no, man. Shoot.
Yeah.
Is he a young guy?
Huh? I don't have any. No, he's probably around your age.
Not young, in other words. Well, that's terrible, man. That's awful.
Yeah. So he's all worried about my model, and I said, "Don't worry about my model. I don't care about it."
Oh, yeah.
I said, "Just whatever, however long it takes you, if it's a year from now, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not
Was
worried
it
about it."
was it was it an expected thing or was it
No, she didn't tell me what
terrible?
happened, but yeah, it was unexpected.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Robert Heinlein, Planet of the Apes. Let's move this Planet of the Apes book over with the other Planet of the Apes books. I feel like I'm a librarian. What was the name of this character? Purgatory?
Yeah, I have that figure. I just got one of those.
I mean, this is that was that was cool. I criticized the '90s, but I mean the comic book wasn't that great, but it had potential as a character, and the toy looked cool.
Yeah, I just got one of those. I'm selling it for 15.
Oh, okay, you got one on the card or not
No,
on the card?
it was out of the package. In the package, they're like 25. Out, they're like 15.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, here's Jay Mansfield's Whoa, Wild Wild World.
Check this out real quick.
Yeah, and then so they around the second issue they call
An
it advanced.
adaptation of a Mamie Van Doren movie, College Confidential.
Oh, that's it.
Kind of an unofficial sequel to High School Confidential. You know, I've been ignoring the chat. I bet they're very upset. Let's see. Here's an adaptation of the Anne Margaret movie, The Swinger. I can't do everything at once, man. Here's Flip Magazine's Groovy Guide to the Guys. Davy Jones, Bill Cosby, Paul McCartney, Elvis Presley, Tom Smothers. Oh, they got Jonathan Frid,
Yeah.
Tiny Tim, Leonard Nimoy, all the top stars.
I love all that shit. Yeah, grab. This is me.
There's a Burroughs book. What is it?
Yeah. So
Oh, Escape on Venus.
wants to see a demo of Expert Mode.
And then some Tolkien books from the 60s. Dr. Phibes Rises Again.
There's probably 4 people that know. You're one of them, so please don't fucking talk about this yet.
You got any races?
Son of Tarzan. Let's see. Dig That Crazy Grave.
Because he wants to make this a
27, 24.
Yeah, he wants to make this a opportunity for anybody to do it.
A lot of Philip Jose Farmer books, but I don't know that I want to make a Philip Jose Farmer section.
Yeah, there's a lot. I'm trying to get the deal
Time
together.
Tunnel.
People in
This
the
looks
world
like
that hate Brian, like fucking hate him. And that Lonnie is one of them.
this is okay. This is not this is not a novelization of the TV show. This must be that
Yeah, so
Time
Lonnie,
Tunnel was based on a pre-existing book.
so Lonnie's he is there.
Did you guys know that?
Nope.
I didn't know that. I enjoyed that television show though.
Paulo, the race car driver customer, was just here.
I had never watched it until I went to my aunt's house.
He's got a race at the end of August in Sonoma.
What's the name of the racer?
He was just here.
What's
I've
his
talked
name?
to Jay. Sonoma. He's got a race at the end of the month.
Is that the
Paulo,
Foreman
you know that
project
guy?
or something?
No.
He doesn't know that guy.
No.
Oh, here's another copy. Oh yeah, man. Here's a bunch of them, man. What?
Was that the book that's Colossus the Forbin Project is based on?
Yeah, so Colossus the Forbin Project was based on a book, and apparently Time Tunnel was too. And Lost in Space was based on, the comic Space Family Robinson. And so, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea was based on a movie. Okay, well, looks like I have. Well, I'm look at I have 2 copies of Escape on Venus. Maybe is this the one I just? Oh, this is the one I just looked at. What am I talking about? Okay, I'll put Time Tunnel with the $6 Million Man. Here's another copy of Board of the Rings because it's one of the best books ever written since the Bible. Oh, there's another Son of Tarzan. Princess of Mars. Yeah, man. Maybe I got 2 Warlord of Mars from that edition. Chessmen. And None Dare Call It Conspiracy, which I think was over here. I'll put it with the other book, so it looks like I'm in a real store where there's more than one copy of a book. Let's look over here for some Burroughs books. Oh, yeah, here's a bunch of them. Hiding Behind the Addams Family.
Oh, there was a even vote. I like a even vote.
Yep. Okay, so we got Tarzan. All right. A Guide to Barsoom. I was just talking about this book with Meyer. This is the book we were talking about, right?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. Flash Gordon. Vampire. Oh, here's more. All right. Oh, there's another Matt Helm book. Maybe I should put my shadow books together. This author's great.
Derek Flint books? Like, is there an In Like Flint book? There must be, right?
I'm almost positive there is, and I don't know. I'm not sure. but they weren't pre-existing to the movie. The movie was not based on books, in other words.
Right.
Okay, I better make 2 stacks before this Burroughs stack falls over. So I'll move this book up. Okay. Cave Girl, Lana of Gathol. Another one of that. Okay. Where did I have? I thought I had pulled Matt Helm. Maybe not. I'll put Matt Helm with Bond. Beast of Tarzan. Tarzan and the Forbidden City. Tarzan's Quest. The Earth's Core. Okay, let's see. The chat is probably very upset that they're not being. Man, it's like I missed a bunch of them because now it's gone off the screen. Name of Jesus, says Great Legend. Amen. Also, I don't know how to scroll back and see the comments before. Also known as Double M, Missing Mars. Great seeing you. And so I guess Missing Mars commented, but I didn't. His comment has disappeared. Dude, says Great Legend Show. I love Taco Bell, Paulo. Great Legend says, Imsh, I love Disney. Bronco, Damon, Kevin from Gotham City. All good to see everyone today. I got to get back to the puppy. Love you, fossils. Oh, there's I love Disney and comics. I like Popeyes for fast food, but they're expensive. A combo now is like 13 or 14 bucks. Thank you, Barack Obama, who's the puppet master of Biden. True that, Disney. Kevin, that Dynamic Comics #8 facsimile from PS Art Books you sent me is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
Nice
everybody
collection of
got one
books.
of those. Everybody wanted that one.
Is that the one I got recently with all the faces on it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
that super. It's that
Yeah,
super.
that was the one we were laughing at so hard a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's so good. It's yeah.
Do you
I
want to
got
see
the
House of
copy
Secrets?
today. It's good.
What's that?
Do you want to see House of Secrets?
Yeah. Let's go back to you. I'm
They did
talking.
something strange. They did something strange.
What's that?
I'll show you. Let me just show you this first. All right, so there's that, right? And then they do blanks.
Oh,
Did you get the regular cover inside? Look at
okay.
$4.99 or $3.99.
You're paying $1 for a sheet of paper.
Yeah, it's not just
Nice.
regular paper though. It's good to draw on this kind of paper.
Yeah, but won't there be indentations on the other cover on the inside, or is it real thick?
It's pretty thick. But
Okay, well,
here's
I guess that's cool. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, but you know what? I really like what Archie did. If in case someone's watching that wasn't watching last night, if you still have a copy of that Archie facsimile,
yeah,
would you show the cover to that real quick?
it's right here.
What's cool about it is it has the original 12-cent price on the cover, and when you flip it over, uh, is that my pile down there?
Yeah, you've upgraded to a cabinet now.
I'm in a cabinet. Okay, put that in my cabinet will be my new catchphrase. Yeah, they
Your
put the real
cabinet.
price on the back. I think that's brilliant. Instead of putting 399 cents, that just seems kind of rubbing it in your face how much our society has degenerated. I
That's your
like
side of
that,
the cabinet.
huh?
That's your side of the cabinet over here.
Am I in the CGC box?
Yeah. The
I must have,
difference.
and so there's action figures and magazines and comics and I imagine the Erie Publications poster set doesn't fit anywhere. Or
I
is
was
it in?
gonna. It's funny you said that because I was gonna slide that over here.
Shit, man.
I was gonna put that in there. Oh yeah, here. We'll go back to this.
Yeah, my wife says, "How much is in that pile?" I say, "I don't know, man. Probably millions of dollars." Um, Imsh says, Gratu or anyone on today who has voice of Comicdom 16 and 17, first published Rolf by Richard Corbin. I'm willing to buy or trade. I do not have that. If anyone of, well, 12 people watching. Oh, what the heck? Oh, no. Beetlejuice? Oh, because that's a Warner Brothers movie. Oh, I see. And they own DC. They own everything. Okay. Okay. Well, all right.
Kelly Jones did it.
Okay. I mean, I liked the movie. Okay, when it came out back
They
60
should have
years
put the
ago,
regular.
but
They should have put the regular cover underneath though. Like
oh, it's actually that comic. I thought that maybe it was a Beetlejuice comic to tie in with this movie that's coming out.
that would have took too much work to do that.
Yeah, really. Well, I guess okay. I guess that's not how you spell Beetlejuice, though, is it?
When you
Nope.
write it, you're supposed to write it like that.
No,
But
but that,
Beetlejuice, the movie, spelled just like orange juice at the end.
Yeah, but
yeah,
anytime he writes his name, he doesn't write it because you're not supposed to. You're supposed to say his name 3 times.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's the
Well, I
spelling
haven't
of
seen.
the star
I,
constellation or something. That's an
yeah.
astrology. That's a.
yeah. In
Hey,
my
Kevin,
defense, yeah, that's the. I haven't seen that movie since it was in the theater. What was that, 1987? So I, I might have forgotten a few plot details. Um,
Kevin, can I get one of these with the old? Do you have enough to give me to set aside for me? One of the
You
ones,
want
that one right
you
there.
want the original cover?
Yeah, the original cover.
Okay.
And do you have any more of the Betty and Me's or not?
Yeah.
I'll take one of those too if you can start me a pile.
Yeah.
Thank you. That'd be
so
good.
you're still a pile. I'm a cabinet now. Shit, that makes me scared.
Yep.
I'm a fucking cabinet. Um, I hope my wife doesn't hear this part of the show.
Did you see they did a variant for this one? I didn't know about it until last night.
Oh, what did they do?
They did a foil that's limited to 50 copies, and
A
then they did.
foil for a comic from like 1968? That makes no
Yeah.
sense.
Hey, even one of the new guys, one of these new YouTuber guys that usually likes stuff like that, he even said that was a dumb idea.
Yeah, foils and 12-cent comics. Not
If this guy, if it was like on an 80s or 70s book, this guy would have been like, "Oh, that's cool." But he even said that was stupid to put a foil on this book.
yeah.
Oh, then they did a variant where they're in space. It's the same poses and everything, same words, except they're in space. He's saving her, and these are aliens that are beat up.
That must be Dan Parent. I think that's what he does
Yeah,
for a living is
yeah,
do
you're right.
tribute covers. Yeah.
You're right. They did say his name, and
Dan
then
Parent, I can't decide if I like him or hate him because it's like he's like right there on the edge, and I know his politics are way insane,
and
but
then they did some store did their own exclusive, and it's It's a NES video game cover, and it says the name of the game is "Beat Off Three Other Guys," and it looks
Ugh.
like it looks like an NES game.
I don't think, in my opinion, that the people that put this comic together were aware that that meant something else, or it just flew over their heads. They weren't secretly putting something in there just because what would be the point of that? Why would you risk your whole company and your job to put a little dirty joke on the cover of a comic aimed at little girls? I mean,
Maybe they're
people
trying to
want
see if they could get
want to
away with
think
it.
that, but I think they were innocent. And
No, no,
it's
there's too much stuff inside Archie comics for it to be a coincidence.
I don't know. I know there. Yeah, I know that Dan DeCarlo also did art for magazine. Books aimed at older people. But
Mhm.
yeah, I don't
But he
know.
wasn't. He didn't write Archie. The guys who were writing Archie, including members of the founding families, were all for it.
Uh, I don't know. I think that some of that stuff flew over the heads of the greatest generation. I really do. Like when Mad Magazine put out the cover with the hand flipping you off. Uh, they were shocked at how everyone reacted and all the people canceling their subscriptions and the angry mothers and they said, well, that just means nuts to you. That's what it meant to the guys in World War II. But by the 70s, it meant one thing, which starts with F. But they weren't aware because they were out of touch. I don't know. I tend to not want to be cynical about the creators of things I love, but you could be right. Yeah, there's the that ad. James Warren was pissed about this because they're portraying Vampirella as the villain. It's just like they're going out and kidnapping people, and she's helping. Uh,
The
see
new
that if that looks like an EC comic, that is what this new EC line should look like. It should look like this. This has that look. It doesn't look exactly like EC, but pretty close. Um,
the
there's
Frankenstein comic should be coming out soon too.
what is that?
They just did Creature and they did Dracula.
Okay.
Next is
All right.
Frankenstein. Each issue is about. This is what I heard. Each issue is about them stealing the different body part used to make Frankenstein, or,
Okay.
or doing whatever they had to do to get that body part.
So they're each are mini series, and are they going to ultimately
No,
try
not each
to?
miniseries. Each one is just a little, story about that
No, I
particular.
mean I meant the Creature from the Black Lagoon,
Oh
Dracula.
yeah,
They're all
they're all
separate
four part.
series.
They've all been 4-part series. Yeah,
And then when they finish, what are they going to do? They're going to try to team up the monsters,
that'd be
or are they?
cool if they did. I don't think they would let Universal probably wouldn't let them do that.
Um, is that voice of comicdom? Does it have? No, I don't. I don't have that. I think I have something that has early Richard Corbin art that has a yellow cover. I'd have to see what voice of comicdom looks like. I assume that's a fanzine. Yeah, DC does the facsimiles well. See the thing about that Archie comic that you can't tell from looking at the cover. All the pages are slick, but the DC makes it look like the pages are newsprint. But if DC would just put the original 15-cent price, I think that was a 15 center, right?
I think so.
Originally, probably. Um,
Yeah, 1971.
um, yeah, I think seems like 1971 would have been a 25-cent book. Is that an extra thick issue?
No,
Okay, then I wonder if it was a 20-cent book. I don't know. I've never held the real one in my hand.
I have one. It's not here though.
Boy, this new this Waltz is sure they're sure going after him for claiming that he was in combat.
The sad part is this one will sell better than this one.
Yeah, well, they have done a facsimile of that issue easily 5 or 6 times, maybe not that many times, but they've done it quite a few times. Uh, what I don't understand, he's a ghost, and now they've made a movie. What is it? 40 years later? Is it that many years?
Almost.
Yeah. So how do you explain how a ghost is aged? And I mean, obviously Winona Ryder will have aged, but unless they do trickery on him, um, digital trickery,
She did
it's
age
like
well. I've seen her.
that that
She
stupid
looks great.
data robot that looks like Mark Zuckerberg, the people that love that next generation. He comes back in some horrible show about Picard where they destroy all the characters of Next Generation and they make Picard a weakling and have the F word in the show every 5 seconds. But Data comes back and Data's aged. How does an android age? Or is he got? Does he have human skin over his? Maybe is he made to age? I
Uh, I think they applied 50 pounds of makeup to his face to try to cover up any
did
aging,
they?
any signs of aging.
Did it work?
I don't know. I don't watch Picard.
Oh, okay. I know you're a Star Trek fans, but I'm just a snob that only likes those first 3 years plus the cartoon, the
Hey,
Saturday
listen,
morning cartoon.
Star Trek ended with the with the fourth season of Enterprise. We don't need any more.
Oh shoot, I didn't even I what is Enterprise was about the first Enterprise
It
and
was yeah the prequel with Scott Bakula.
Yeah, it was actually really good. I enjoyed that one. Scott Bakula was
okay,
good. I watched the
was
whole
that
series.
good? Okay, I believe you, but didn't that one have a really lame theme song?
Yeah,
It
but
had a '90s it had like a 1990s patriotic thing, right? Right, Paulo?
Oh, the
yeah, kind
We're
of.
gonna shoot for the sky, and it
okay,
showed
yeah.
like the NASA space program and like this montage, black and white, and
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
the problem when you're thinking about science fiction, you usually imagine an instrumental, electronic, or a neoclassical soundtrack, and you have a, a country pop song with vocals. It doesn't feel like science fiction. But apart from that, the show's pretty good. All the actors do amazing jobs, and it it fits into continuity.
Okay.
Even the episode with the Ferengi, which they admit that maybe they shouldn't have done because it was too early for the Ferengi, but they managed to make it fit into continuity with that, without destroying the relationship between the Ferengi had with the Federation in the next generation.
Did things actually happen on the show? Like, did they have fist fights and blood and
Yeah, yeah,
monsters?
yeah.
Because that was the thing about Next Generation. They sat around and talked, and the only time there was action was in a holodeck where things weren't really happening. Because it was supposed to be no, we progressed beyond
No,
violence.
when they had action, usually they had some sort of supernatural, super strong menace, and Michael Dorn, who was playing Worf the Klingon, tried to hit that super strong supernatural menace, and just to show how tough it was, it would knock Michael Dorn to the ground.
Oh, okay. I never accepted the whole ridge on the head Klingon thing. I can't
No, no,
accept.
no. I always thought that they were much better. But I don't need the explanation. I didn't need the explanation of where the ridges came from. I was willing to go along just didn't have the makeup effects for it in the 1960s. That's how they always looked like. I'm willing to go along with that.
I just liked the way they looked in the 60s. I just
Yeah,
thought
but
it was cool.
making the aliens look more alien instead of just humans with makeup makes the show more believable, especially because a few years later, Babylon 5 starts, and their aliens are much more alien than anything they had on Star Trek up to then. So after that, when you think of aliens, you really gotta put in the work. Or you could do like the other show with that had Muppets, which was the one. I think it had Kevin Sorbo in it.
Okay. But isn't it wouldn't it be fascinating if we go into space and find that other life on other planets is all kind of based on we're all kind of the same, almost genetically? That would be interesting,
there's an
that would.
episode there's an episode of TNG about it. There was
I was
some ancient race who spent who 2 billion years ago disseminated their DNA all across the galaxy, and that's why in planets that had intelligent species, they were all bipedal humanoids.
Yeah, it would also, make people, think, well, if God created us in his image, and if God exists, then maybe he's created all the life throughout the universe in
It
his
it was the
image. And
it was
that
the
would be
ancient
really
race.
fascinating if every planet we go to, and that's kind of the way Star Trek was, and it's kind of interesting. I don't know, but here's
But
more Edgar Rice Burroughs.
one of my favorite episodes in TNG is the one where they find that energy being who calls all the people on the Enterprise ugly bags of mostly water, because that's
Oh,
his
yeah.
description of what he finds something that is strange and repulsive, having a biological body.
That almost sounds like something a Democrat would say. Well, let's see with their convention in a couple weeks and see if they call us all that. All those MAGA people are ugly bags of dirty water and carbon, evil carbon. Okay, here's more Robert E. Howard. So that goes next to Cole. Oh boy. Oh, I got lots of these, man. Then I've got the
Ma-
hardcovers upstairs, but my wife's on the phone, so I can't go up
Mark
there.
Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
You have you
Where's my
have
moon maid with the Frazetta cover? That's the question. Um,
you should be
I
making a
looks like
Burroughs
I've
pile.
got, see, when I have duplicates of something, it's an accident. Because, but I don't, and I might wind up with as many different versions, but I usually don't do it on purpose. I'm trying to, I don't know how all that happened. Um, I was collecting Edgar Rice Burroughs real big time in the 1990s, and I would go into that was one of the first things I'd look for when I went into a used bookstore, and so that's okay. What is this now? Oh, here's more Doc Smith.
Ooh.
Now this is the really good stuff. If you like Green Lantern, you're gonna like this is Linsman. There was a anime movie made, a Japanese cartoon,
Hmm. Yeah, I
also known as
remember.
anime, called
Hmm.
Linsman, based on these books. But
Yeah, I have triplanetary in Portuguese.
yeah, that's what Donald Trump, instead of calling it the Space Force, he should have called it the Galactic Patrol. Wouldn't that have been
Mm.
great? They couldn't have made fun of him for that. Here he's Smith, PhD. Here he's Doc Smith, which is alluding that he's a doctor, but it's far more pulpy way. It's just like
Mhm.
he's Doc Smith instead of PhD. That just sounds too highfalutin. Okay, I need to put these with that Lensman book over there. Let me do that now. Okay, what's going on in the chat before these comments wind up disappearing? Yes, Enterprise theme song sucked. Should have went with an orchestra. Good show though. I didn't give it. Maybe I got to give these shows a chance. I guess. Um, I gotta. I just like the music and the fashion and the cast and everything about the '60s Star Trek so much that. And then I was real excited about the Next Generation and watched it for a couple of years and just thought, man, they're just aping especially the first season. They were just redoing episodes that some seemed like of the original show. And then I guess it was always on Saturday night. It was in syndication, and I had other things to do in college on Saturday night in my early 20s. And then I just lost track of it. And then everyone told me, you should have stuck with it because in the third season it got great. And it's like, who
Eh,
sticks with a show
eh,
for 3 years to wait for it to get good, man?
actually, I only start watching the show when it gets to the third season because the first two usually suck. Smallville at 10 seasons, and the first 6 are a bust.
That's what I liked it. The ending of that, I kind of lost track of Smallville. I thought Smallville was good in the beginning, and you know what I liked about Smallville? Oh, here's a flashlight that'll help me. That would have helped me with that Superboy model kit. What I liked about it a lot more than anything was the guy that played Lex Luthor, because I thought it's really cool to show that Lex Luthor was kind of a nice guy, and that's like something you don't ever see. 'Cause, oh, here's my childhood copy of this book, all about the writing of the Trouble with Tribbles, and that's not with my Star Trek books. So let's slide that in here. Here is I Am Not Spock. And I got all. This is all the stuff that was the original Star Trek books. I just saw Star Trek 7 in that other room. I got to bring that in here. Okay, well, I'm hogging the screen. What else is going on?
Well,
Oh,
since you showed a Robert E. Howard book, I want to show off this Del Rey collection of El Borak stories.
I thought it
El,
said borax.
El Borak is a less known character by Robert E. Howard. The stories are set in the modern age. They're in the early 20th century in Afghanistan. El Borak is an American adventurer who both becomes a friend and enemy to several tribes in Afghanistan, as is normal because they're always at war with each other, even back then.
Yeah.
In fact, that's what Rudyard Kipling's Kim is about. It's about the British trying to establish a presence in Afghanistan against Russia, and it's impossible. So,
Yeah.
and most of these stories had never appeared in a book format. A few of them had been collected over the years, but this has all of them. And this one's different because if you like the Hyborian Age and uh, all of the fantasy stuff, this one it doesn't have supernatural elements in it. So if you're expecting that, they're not here.
I'm gonna
Okay.
look for that. Is that an English? It's on. I can find that. It's
Yeah, it's from Del Rey. They did a collection of Robert E. Howard books. I also have the Solomon Kane and the Bran McMorn.
Huh.
I had 2 Conans and I lost one. I think I lent it to somebody and they never gave it back. I can't remember who.
Don't ever lend books or videos to anybody, ever,
Yeah,
ever.
yeah.
Even girlfriends, don't do it.
Oh, there are friends that I would lend books to, but even then, I gotta be all over them too. Hey, you read that? You read that? You want to give it back? Oh, I'm not gonna. I guess I'm not gonna. Then they go. I guess I'm not gonna read it. Well, give it back.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
I guess you can show somebody else if somebody else has anything else,
Let's
or you can go,
see. Is anyone
or you can.
else? I know Meyer probably has everything packed. He's all packed, ready for his move.
Mm.
But how's that coming along, Meyer?
I'm looking right now. I'm trying to find a suitable box to just open up and pull open and look into.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to unpack to entertain
Oh
us,
no, I
man.
have.
Go.
There's comic boxes that are stacked right where I'm sitting in the living room. Like
Oh,
yeah,
oh, okay.
there's long boxes and short boxes within my reach. You guys
All
want to
right.
look at Dell stuff, or would you rather look at like probably modern or not modern, probably 1970s and 80s Marvel type stuff? What sounds better?
Oh, what are you saying? 1990s Marvel?
50s or 70s or 80s. I'm gonna just do the
I
50s
would
stuff.
go with 50s and 70s
All
before the
right,
80s, man.
so
Who
I
likes
just
the
grabbed this
80s?
one.
Nobody.
This is the one that I grabbed first. It looks like it's just a combination of a lot of
Oh,
gold
sorry. Let me
key
give you full screen.
looks like it's Dell and gold key.
Okay. Damn, there's a lot of Burroughs books here. Holy crap. Son of a gun.
I was looking to see some of these the older issues of this have pinups of the cover on the back.
Yeah.
Hey, Grouchy, did you want a House of Secrets?
Yes, yeah. But the real one, not the one with Beetlejuice and not the one with the green cover. Yeah.
There's this little superhero parody that happens in here. I forget this guy's name. These comics are fun. There's one. Here's what the back see.
Yeah. Um, yeah, they aged quick, you know, they grew up into teenagers for the early 70s, but they were in a band when they were little kids. They were already making music. And you think, well, how did so much time pass between the Flintstones? You know, Flintstones went until probably about 65, 66. When did it go off the air? And then all of a sudden in 1971, 72, their Pebbles and Bam Bam are grown up. But then you realize, wait, they lived millions of years ago. These, these are, you know, time is relative. Oh, man. Yeah, I see how Graphic Man got so many Burroughs books. They can really accumulate. Oh, oh man. Oh.
There's one where they're watching TV in
Oh yeah, I
prehistoric
think I
times.
only have one or two of these Cave Kids books. You got a whole bunch.
Walt Disney's Moon Pilot.
Oh, wow. Never seen it in my life or heard of it, but I'm going, oh wow. That's neat. Was that one that played in theaters or was it a Disney Wonderful World of Color book?
I think it played in theaters. Moon Pilot.
Yeah, there were some Disney movies that I'm completely unaware of.
Nicky, Wild Dog of the North.
Yeah, that's one I never saw either.
Here's 77 Sunset Strip. Let's open this one up.
That's a show I've always wanted to watch, but um it's never been easy to see for me.
Yeah, I've never watched it. I just know the song and I've heard about it.
Well, yeah, and Ed Cookie Burns was kind of
Yeah.
like the Fonzie of that time period, and with his beatnik dialogue.
Yeah, he
And
calls
I've
him
always
Dad.
liked his music. You know, he had a whole album of songs in the vein of Cookie, Cookie, Lend Me Your Comb. Nice.
The art in here is pretty good, actually. Nice colors.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like we've got a centerfold that's loose.
Oh.
Pretty scant.
What do the professionals call that, a wrap, don't they?
Oh, maybe the inner wrap. Is that what that's called?
I think they call it that.
This is a fun movie.
Yeah, yeah, that is fun. Isn't that where they're
George
turning
Pal?
people into
Is it George
animals?
Pal who did this?
Huh?
Is it George Pal?
I don't remember, but I think they turn the guy into a bull or something like that in that.
It is. It's a George Pal production.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a fun movie. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think that these guys are fishermen or something, and they get lost at sea. Is that what happens?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah, they
The
wind up on
fishermen
Atlantis
fishermen
before
or
it
something?
sinks. It seems like maybe Atlantis goes down at the end. Spoiler alert.
New Twinkles record is out.
Say spoiler alert after you tell them how the movie ends.
Well, it's Atlantis. What were you expecting? It's like people don't tell me that. Don't tell me that the boat sinks when they watch Titanic.
Yeah, you can't make an Atlantis movie if you don't show its destruction.
Yeah.
I haven't even shown that my. I'll show it in a little bit. The
There's the
stuff I got
spoiler
from
alert.
Charlton '66.
Oh yeah. You got it out?
No, I'm looking. Well, let's let Meyer keep showing stuff. Then I got it right here next to me. Yeah, I'll show it. It's nothing. I mean, it's like it's cool stuff. But I want to see what he's showing. By the way, there's a GoFundMe going on, scrolling down there at the bottom of the screen. If you want to donate to it to help out things that are going on a little bit wrong around here, but or you can be a rat fink and not do it. Let's see. Just a moment.
Death-defying adventures of the first men to sail the roaring Colorado through the Grand Canyon.
Oh,
Oh no, you know who's in here? Brian Keith. That's definitely Brian Keith right there.
yeah, Brian Keith. Yeah.
I think this is another George Pal movie, The Three Worlds of Gulliver. Is it?
I think so.
This is Kerwin Matthews. He played Sinbad, right?
Yeah, you see, they're making the title sound like the Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. They've got a
Yeah,
number in it.
actually, this is
It's just
Harryhausen. This is
three
Ray.
instead of seven. And then they've
This
got
is
a
Ray
hero
Harryhausen.
from literature, not Sinbad. This time it's Gulliver. Kerwin Matthews wound up eventually, in his later life, he was a manager of a Safeway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was a member of the LGBTQ community. Not that that matters, but now you know. And
You want to
inquiring
keep going?
minds want to know.
I have an S load of comic books here. I have a lot. I could just keep going.
Yeah,
I loved this movie when I was a kid. I
sure.
think they
Yeah,
released it in the theater. Did they release it in the theater again in the early 70s, Gratu?
yeah. I saw it in the theater. That was a good movie. Some of those Disney movies from the '60s and '70s, when Walt Disney was either preoccupied or dead, are pretty, yeah. But then they got better, and then now they're yuck again for a different reason.
Yeah.
Jungle Cat. They used to have all these nature films that Disney made. They would always wheel in a projector
Yeah.
to my elementary school and show us Disney nature films that they must have released to schools real cheap. Toby Tyler, I remember that one.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember this kid's name.
Isn't that Kurt Russell?
No.
No, that's not Kurt
This is
Russell.
Moochie. Is his name Moochie?
Moochie.
Moochie, does that sound right?
Well,
Okay.
I have no idea. I know the name Toby Tyler, but I don't know who the
It was
guy is.
previously owned by Lorraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, this kid, I don't know his name, I don't see it in here, but he did a bunch of other Disney stuff when we were kids that went right to the wonderful world of Disney.
Yeah.
The Dog of Flanders, a European style comic, or maybe from Amsterdam or something like that. I think this takes place in Holland or something.
I don't know.
Lee Hunter, Indian fighter. In this comic, a Yankee and a Reb become friends and they team up. Ironstone, Johnny Tremaine. Really nice cover.
Was there a series of Johnny Tremaine movies from Disney?
I feel like Johnny Tremaine had it was like 2 hours long, but it was almost like two movies. Does that sound right? Like
Well,
part of the
that would be
movie is
like Davy
told
Crockett.
outside,
Davy
and
Crockett
part of the
wasn't a
movie is
TV
like
series.
the
It was
Song
what,
of
3 or 4
Freedom.
TV movies in the 50s, right?
Yeah, it's something about the Tree of Liberty. It's about the Tea Party. So one of them's about the Boston Tea Party, and one is about Old Ironsides. Maybe they were. I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like I saw those. Remember what you were saying? In the early 70s when we were in grade school, somehow school districts had Disney films. Was that right? Remember how we saw like the Jiminy Cricket?
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
those cartoons? And then
Yeah, the
also
safety
we saw
films.
some of these Disney movies like at school.
Well, the Jiminy Cricket was I'm no fool. Yeah, yeah. He was
The
teaching you
three.
not to stick your finger in a light socket and stuff,
Mhm.
so you can live to be 93.
Yeah, this is a cool one.
Oh, that's
Milton
neat.
Smith.
It's cool to see cartoon characters done photorealistically. Alex Ross kind of style.
Mhm.
Boy. Click on that and donate money and help us out because my wife is not doing well. But I mean, just nothing fatal. But if you could help us out, it'd be great. So do that now. Click on that and donate lots of money to that fund and help out our network. All right.
77th Bengal Lancers.
I'm not aware of that at all.
It was a
Shit.
TV show.
Is this part
Short-lived.
of the Four Color series?
50s. Adventure TV show in the mid 50s.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm talking over you. I didn't mean to.
That's
I
all
got
right.
some. I got to turn this Alex Jones down. He's yelling, and I can't hear all this stuff happening.
Alexander the
Imsh says, "Where's the silly symphonies? Remind
different
me what EMSH stands for.
or in a different box.
I don't think it's supposed to be pronounced Imsh.
This is a lot of Disney 4-color.
Yeah,
Dell 4-color Disney comics, what we're looking at here.
yeah. That Disney Robin Hood, I'm not aware of. I know there was a British Robin Hood TV show in the 50s, and
Oh, that had the greatest theme song. Robin Hood, riding through the glen.
Yeah, that was the British
Robin
one.
Hood, with
But
his
I don't
band
know
of
about
men.
the Disney one though. Uh, I have one of those Ben Bowie
This
books.
is a really fun title. I've got quite a few of them. It's good. It's one of the ones that started in 4-color and then went on to be its own comic for a while.
Yeah.
Walter Raleigh.
I have that one. Finally, one I have. I got that from Kevin at Gotham City Comics. Yeah, I've right where Davy Crockett's standing. I've stood there many times as a kid because I grew up, well, for 7 years of my life in San Antonio, where the Alamo is. They've got a big giant structure they built over the Alamo right now, like a big giant roof over it because they're redoing the roof of the Alamo, and it's like some big structure they put over it.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I saw that. Let's see, Wally Wood's giant-sized PX copies of Canon. Where are they? The ones I have, I think, are more comic-sized, maybe slightly smaller than a comic. I don't know about the giant-sized ones.
Does the Alamo really have a basement?
No, um,
No.
not that they showed us. I seriously doubt it. You know, in Texas, they don't really have basements. Well, at least the part of
Like here,
Texas.
the ground's too hard, like it is out here, probably.
Yeah, I think it. There's some reasons that happens. They know they can't do it.
You know, that neighborhood, though, I'm thinking about it. You know, the neighborhood where the Alamo is kind of close to the Riverwalk, where it
Yeah.
kind of it goes underground, kind of in a way, like the right, Gratu. You know how you have to go down the stairs to go down to where the Riverwalk is.
Yeah, yeah. It's my memory of it is very fuzzy, but yeah, it's fun there.
Yeah, it's fun there. I've been there a couple times.
Uh,
I like San Antonio. Fort Sam Houston was a really cool place back in the old days.
I've seen that comic, or I'm aware of it, but I've never owned one.
Yeah, it's strange. The Millionaire Cat.
Okay, EMSH after Ed Imschwiller. Oh my gosh, help me. Who's Ed Imschwiller?
I have no idea.
Paulo, you're supposed to know these things.
I don't. I have no idea who Adam Schwiller is.
That last comic interests me. Susie Q. Smith. That's huh.
Let's look at it.
Nothing
I
to do
haven't read
with the song Susie Q.
If I did read it, I don't remember.
Because you know, most people know the song Susie Q from the '60s, but it was originally a '50s song by Dale Hawkins, Susie Q. And I'm just wondering if that's supposed to tie in with that song.
I don't know, but the art on the inside pretty interesting looking. It looks good.
Yeah, I've never heard of this comic in my life. You've got some pretty obscure stuff there. Oh, he's a pretty famous ace paperback cover artist. Oh, okay. All right, cool.
This is pretty good
It,
looking.
yeah, it is.
Oh, there's a ghost story at the back.
Oh, is this does this have a code, a comics code seal on it?
Yeah, this is it doesn't. This is pre-code, but it's a Dell 4-color.
It's pre-code?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's well, it's right at the same time. It's April of '54.
Okay, then that predates the song Susie Q by that could be the inspiration for the song by Dale Hawkins.
It could. And it looks like, I mean, I don't know if there's any other Suzy Q comics. I've never seen any other of them. It's pretty interesting. There's some cool looking characters in here. It looks like, look at this. What's going on here? It looks like they're in drag or they're pretending to be girls. And there's a horror story, and it's got a real good look to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's kind of a unique name, Susie Q. We're probably not supposed to say that letter on YouTube because the AI is very stupid and it'll probably think we're talking about something we're not supposed to talk about. I don't think you're supposed to mention that particular letter on here. Uh,
The Little Beaver comic. These are good. I like Little Beaver.
yeah, he's Red Ryder's sidekick.
Yeah. This was one of those Disney cartoons I think we might have saw in elementary school.
Yeah. And the other ones that were great weren't Disney. They were done by some other company. I've got a disc that has all of them. There was like a scientist and a guy that kind of looked like Darren McGavin and Kolchak that was talking to the scientist, and then they would interact with cartoons that was like Our Mr. Sun. Do you remember? You know what I'm talking about?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, they'd be talking to the sun, and it was kind of like the lizard that used to tutor the turtle or whatever. He
Right.
would talk to the lizard scientist, and gee,
Mr.
Mister
Wizard.
Wizard, it was kind of like that shit. Oh, that looks cool.
It's a nice painted
Yeah,
cover.
Disney's Zorro is something I wish was available to watch on television.
Here's one of these Zane Grey 4-color westerns that was clearly aimed towards an adult audience.
Yeah.
4-color was an interesting title, and then like 2 weeks later they would have the little scouts.
That looks like that policeman that never mind. We were talking about that horrible policeman that's in the news now, but I won't mention the. He kind of looked like, no, I guess he looks older. He looks like Ben
Yeah, I don't know
Franklin.
if when the parents signed the permission slip for this Boy Scout trip, I don't know if this was part of the deal where
Oh
he's
yeah.
going to be there.
Oh, that looks like Waltz. Didn't I bet that's he looks just like the vice presidential running mate of
It looks exactly
Kamala
like it.
Harris. Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate.
This is a great cover. Let's look inside here. This Andy Hardy comics. This Andy Hardy from, I don't know, we'll look at the year, but look at how cool this cover is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like that meme that's all over the internet.
Exactly. It is the meme, isn't it?
Yeah, just from the different angle. But Andy Hardy, Andy Hardy predates Archie comics, right? Andy Hardy goes back to the 30s, the movies with Mickey Rooney.
Yeah, I think
I think wasn't Judy Garland doing those before Wizard of Oz, or was it after Wizard of Oz?
I'm not sure. I think it was
Anyway,
after maybe.
anyway, I think Archie might have his roots, the comic book Archie might have his roots in Andy Hardy and also Henry Aldrich, the Aldrich family radio show,
The
which
art in
had a
here is
character.
also very good. This Andy Hardy comic has really good looking art.
Yeah,
And also
yeah.
some of those interior wraps is loose on this one too.
Well, at least it's there,
Yeah, it's all there.
All you got to do is get some Scotch tape. That works really well. I'm kidding, folks.
Peter Pan.
Oh, it looks like he's lifting his arm, and there's a cloud of underarm smell coming out of it.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an odd cover for this thing called this title called The Brownies.
Yeah. Missing Mars says, Meyer, I covet your comic collection. Thou shalt not covet Missing Mars. That's one of the 10 Commandments.
Isn't this
Do
a
not
strange
covet it.
situation happening here? What are they doing exactly?
Well, they've got a Halloween mask with a corncob pipe. What are they? What is the
They have
point?
it propped up on like a little wooden cart, and they're all sick to their stomach from smoking. And then
Oh,
they're
the
trying to
smoke
scare
is making
some
them
other people.
sick from the pipe, but it doesn't make any sense. A lot of
No,
Gold Key and Dell funny animal covers, you have to stare at it real long to see what the
what is it?
joke is,
Yeah.
and then
I
it's
like that
not
little
funny.
bug right there that's waving the surrender flag hanging upside down. See that bug?
Yeah. Only occasionally have I laughed at a Gold Key or Dell cover, and usually it's because Huey, Dewey, and Louie are about to do something that would probably kill Donald Duck. And it's funny because you're just imagining what would really happen to him.
So this
Uh,
This
But
Brownies is from 1952, and I really think so. I
Walt
don't see
Kelly.
any artist in here, but to me, it looks like it's somebody who's emulating Walt Kelly. Is that what's happening?
I think it is Walt Kelly. That I think it is actually
Is
Walt
that Walt
Kelly.
Kelly?
Someone in the chat, go look at mycomicshop.com or
I mean,
Comic Database, or wherever you guys go to get your info. I that's what when I heard the name Brownies, I was thinking Walt Kelly. Yeah, because I know he's done
Yeah,
comics like that.
yeah. I'm looking at, but I don't see his signature anywhere. But that
Yeah,
was
well, a
something that
lot of
Dell did. Dell
like
did.
Carl Barks never signed his stuff. It took till
Very few people ever signed any of the Dell stuff.
yeah.
It's rare to see any names inside of these Dell comics.
I don't think anyone realized who Carl Barks was until about 1970, when all these comic collectors would say, this comic is better than that comic. This is," and they called him the good duck artist all through the 60s, but no one
Right.
knew who the good duck artist was. But luckily he was discovered, and while he was still alive, and was able to sign stuff and make prints, and know that he was loved. Same thing with Betty Page. Before she passed away, she found that people really did love her and her work, and was able to make a little money off of it, thanks to Dave Stevens and Gary Theakston. Let's see. Walt Kelly did the Brownies comics. Yeah, says Alan Keyes fan.
Oh, thank you, Alan. For Alan Keyes fan,
Uh,
thank you.
so you got something cool there. Okay, so what's the joke here of this Bugs Bunny cover? He's jumping and people are looking at him. Okay, what is the humor? What is the joke?
Well, the joke is that is a rabbit that identifies as human, so that he can take part in the Olympics and beat the humans.
Okay, all right. Well,
Oh, here's a
that's
Tom
cool.
Police Cadet. Let's pull this out. It's a cool cover.
Man, that makes that TV show looks like it's a film noir. Just
Doesn't
they,
it? This show is hard to even watch. It's
I know, but
it
if
makes
you
it
were a
look great.
kid in 1952, man, and TV was a brand new thing. Yeah, I like how they just keep the art going right over right through the
Yeah,
back cover.
Bell would just keep the whole story going. Look, it's still going. The story ends on the back cover.
Yeah, I know. I That's great. But the thing I really miss about when looking at Dell's is I miss the ads, because the ads to me give me a real feeling of the time period,
Yeah.
and that's the only thing I miss when I'm with the Dells. Um,
Real standard looking space art inside here, but it's not bad.
yeah, yeah,
Probably like 1952, 53 or something. I didn't look at the date, but
yeah.
guessing. These Mickey Mouse comics were great in these 4 colors because it's a whole complete story, a full adventure story.
I'm just realizing, looking back there at those empty shelves that used to be filled with comics and action figures.
There's nothing, yeah. Everything's gone.
But we'll see it. It's going to be really cool to see it all unboxed when you get to your new place. Because by then the world will have erupted, and we'll be seeing flames in the streets and everything. It'll be fun to tune in your channel and see you pulling toys and stuff out, and then we could tune back and see the destruction of the world and World War III and
I don't
Civil
think we've
War.
ever seen a family history for Mickey Mouse like we have for the Ducks, right?
Yeah, you're right. I don't think so either.
Because I once tried to create a family history for Mickey Mouse based on the type of stories that he's in and what he usually does in them. And the conclusion that I came to is that Mickey Mouse comes from a rich family of lawyers, and he makes money as a consultant for the police.
Okay, based on what we know about animals, Mickey Mouse would have to be what, about a foot tall? How tall do you think Mickey Mouse is? 2 feet tall?
Maybe 3'5", 3'6",
5'3"?
3'5".
3'5". Okay, because Goofy is a dog. Goofy
Yeah.
towers over him, so Goofy must be a big dog.
Yeah, but yeah, Goofy's pretty tall even for other characters in the Walt Disney universe.
And it's not an observation I necessarily made. I probably would have thought of it at some point, but Harvey Kurtzman in the Mad comic pointed out, well, Goofy walks and talks, but Pluto is mute and walks on four legs, and they're both dogs. So
Right, because Pluto is a humanoid dog. Goofy's a humanoid dog, and Pluto's just a dog.
yeah, and this mouse owns a dog.
Yeah, because it's a humanoid mouse.
Yeah, and
You know
Goofy
that.
can even drive a car.
Yeah, and Donald Duck eats poultry.
So do you think that it's like genetic? They're messing with the genes of these creatures, or do you think it's like a Nephilim kind of like some
It's a parallel Earth.
abomination?
It's a parallel Earth where humans are descended from several species of animals.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in reality, when they created Goofy, they never thought he was going to be teamed up with Mickey Mouse and Pluto. They were separate, and then they brought them all together, and then it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like,
Mhm.
but Harvey Kurtzman was really savage in his, it's like, why do cows wear gloves? Everyone wears white gloves. And then someone was telling me that's because Walt Disney was a Mason and they wear white gloves, and he was trying to give some. And then no, someone was saying no, it's just because in animation it's just easier to draw the white glove. People have these that I don't know, man.
Yeah. In Italy, they started coloring all the gloves yellow in the early 90s.
Wonder why.
Yeah, I think it makes for better motion. Maybe, and I guess there's a little more contrast overall. You know that in the European comics, Donald doesn't have a blue shirt; he has a black shirt.
Oh.
And that's because the first Disney comics which were published in Europe, they weren't from four color. They were the newspaper strips. And in the newspaper strips, the shirt's colored black so you can have contrast.
All right. So
And it's the same reason why all the nephews all have a red cap in European comics, because they first showed up in black and white. They never bothered explaining the difference.
so Mickey Mouse has that black widow's peak that comes down, pointing between his two eyes, and
Yeah.
that's supposed to be a hairline, right?
Yeah.
That's
I guess
the.
I did.
I mean, that's mouse hair.
Mhm.
But it's completely shellacked. I mean, it's got to be. I mean, if you think about it, he doesn't look anything like a mouse. A lot of these cartoon characters don't look anything like Donald Duck. Doesn't look like any duck I've ever seen. It's it's just like we know he's a duck because they got duck in his name.
Yeah.
Okay, which Tarzan was this? Does it say
Gordon, is this Gordon? His name's Gordon something. Gordon
Gordon
Scott. Is it
Scott?
Gordon
Yeah,
Scott?
yeah, okay.
Late 50s. This is late 50s
Yeah, in the 50s
or
there were a
mid.
whole bunch of
Mid.
Tarzans, and they were like in the Burroughs books, they spoke perfect English. It wasn't the Johnny Weissmuller caveman thing, which was
No,
not accurate to the
it was
Burroughs
faithful
books.
to the books, not the film.
Yeah.
Hey, Black Panther in Africa. Well, there are Black Panthers in Africa, but they're just rare.
Well, the
And
Africa that Burroughs wrote about was not really anything like what the
yeah,
real Africa's
and
like.
the
But
antelope on that cover that you showed 3 books ago, I used to know the specific name of that antelope, and now I don't. Yeah,
Uh,
I used to know the specific species of antelope as a specific name. I used to know it because back when I was a kid, I had all these wildlife books, and now I don't remember. I am ashamed.
yeah,
I have
but you know the difference between every sports car in Europe. So, oh, look at that, man. That is so insanely scary and creepy.
Yeah, but I was also supposed to know the names of every antelope in Africa, and I've forgotten those just so I can remember the names of the European sports cars.
Are there sports cars named after antelope?
Uh,
Oh, look.
there might be.
There's this. I'm looking at this thing on YouTube. This guy has written a book
Gerenuk?
about the Nephilim look like clowns, and that's why we have this genetic fear of clowns. Is because the Nephilim in the Bible, that were the evil mixtures, the abominations actually had clown-looking faces with white skin, and in fact, there's a book here. I'm looking at this video my wife was watching earlier, uh, that you can
I
get
keep
from
wanting to
Amazon.
put
It
one
says the
out.
Nephilim look like clowns.
That's one of my favorite covers, though. I love this cover for some reason.
That is really good. Yeah, because you know what it is? It shows the joy.
They're really happy. I love how happy. I
Yeah,
love what's
yeah.
going on here. Yeah. The angle too. Isn't that a cool angle?
No, the artists at Dell they tried to draw all the apes like they were chimpanzees, and they're not supposed to. I like the idea that they're astro.
They have the great apes in here.
Yeah.
They do. Those are just supposed to be chimps. Those aren't supposed to be like
Mm.
his relatives. Those aren't the great apes. They're drawn in here, and they speak. And the like, I love this cover too. Look at this cover. Isn't this cool? They're in the cave, like
Yeah.
taking shelter from the rain, like maybe while he was going hunting, and it's him and Nakima or something. Just chilling out, just bros taking shelter from the rain.
A boy and his dog.
There's another one of these antelopes that you might have learned when you were
Yeah. Okay,
so
so
riding it. It's so cool, right?
Okay, so that's one of the species of oryx. Or is that the addax? Man, let me remember. Okay, let me check. What's the addax? Okay, no, oh yeah, right. The first one was the addax, and that one is an oryx. Let me find out which oryx specifically, because there's a bunch of them. That would be
The
an
older you
oryx
get
base
in these,
size.
they're all every month was a 52-page giant, you guys, and
Mhm.
these are not very expensive, like back issues from the 1950s. If you're interested in these, you can find them. Del Tarzan. They're not really that expensive. I mean, they're inexpensive enough to start a collection if you enjoy reading them, because the stories and the art inside are great. Almost every issue is 52-page giants. They're all big.
Have you guys ever met somebody that had a pet monkey?
We went through a period of Gordon Scott and then painted covers, and then now it's Lex Barker, who was like late 40s, early 50s Tarzan. And this was a really long-running title, like 25 years or something, maybe close to 20 years or a little over 20 years. And it was the same creative team the entire time, because the writer and the artist had to be approved by the borough's estate, and they signed with Dell, and so the Gaylord Dubois and Jesse Marsh were signed to do Tarzan, and those two creators wrote more Tarzan comics and drew more Tarzan comics than anyone else by far. It was a monthly title for like you said, like 20 years ago. And then it switched when they sold to Gold Key. So when they went to Gold Key, Russ Manning took over for a short time, and then DC took over, and it went to Joe Kubert.
Well, Jesse Marsh and and Russ Manning were doing the newspaper strip at the same time as the comic, right?
Yeah,
So they were pretty busy.
Russ Manning always did the backup stories in here. The Brothers of the Spear.
Right.
With a long backup story in here. I particularly like these covers where it's a mixture of a photograph with a drawn or painted scene in the background. Sorry about that. My cousin. Like a contemplative Tarzan deciding who he wants to shoot first. Here's another one. This is a common theme right here. It's the second one, just a different Tarzan drinking at the river with the antelope. Here's another one, Paulo. Look at this one.
That doesn't look African. That actually looks like the American antelope, which is not an antelope; it's a giraffe.
I think that some of these animals are stuffed.
I
do.
Yeah, but, right.
I think
that one's the gazelle. Yeah, that one's a gazelle.
Taking pictures next to stuffed animals.
Yeah, but there's the American antelope is not an antelope at all. It's closely related to a giraffe.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry about that. The pronghorn antelope, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. The pronghorn is the fastest land mammal over a long period of time. It can run for up to 50 miles for several hundred yards. The cheetah can do 70 to 80 miles, but they get tired after a short burst.
Great stories in these comics as well. Like these comics, like we mentioned earlier, tend to be faithful to the Burroughs writing. So there's a lot of fantasy going on in here. Look. He visits, just like in the books, he'll go to like cross into some secret gorge, and it will be everybody stuck in like the Roman Empire times, or he'll travel back to dinosaurs, and he can kind of freely go back and forth in here to places like Pellucidar or to the Valley of the Dinosaurs type situation. Like it's good stuff. All right, I'm good. You can take me on.
Okay, I just came back and I couldn't hear the sound, so I had to go off and come back in to get the sound back. Okay, so let's see. What are you doing over there? Oh, we got stuff going on at Gotham City. Let's see what's going on there.
I just decorated my little mini fridge.
Oh, neat.
Mm-hmm.
Did you make those little miniature versions?
Yeah, I turned them into magnets.
Turn them into magnets. Neat. Pretty neat.
I gotta make a quick little video with the new DC books.
Oh, okay. Could you give us a preview of them before we see your video? Guys,
Yeah.
you need to like subscribe to Gotham City Comics. He does these videos where he shows you what books are coming out next week, and he shows you them before anyone else does. So whenever he does it, you need to like hit the like on his videos and watch them. This is stuff that won't be out till for 6 days. It'll come out next Wednesday. So this box just arrived. What is that toy on the right there? Is that the Batman? Is that a? Oh, are these the McFarlane toys of?
Uh-huh.
Uh, Okay. What is this book? Some vampire book?
DC Vampires they're doing again.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
And Marvel's doing. They just finished their Blood Hunt thing, so that they had to copy them again.
Oh, they're all the heroes are turning into vampires, huh? Okay. Well, I imagine that's wonderful.
Look at
What's
this.
figures? Yeah, they looks like the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Thank you, DC. That's just wonderful. That artist looks like they could actually be a good artist if they weren't drawing propaganda. But
Wow, trigger warning.
oh my God, that is not the DC comics I grew up with.
No, look at where are they? In a strip bar or something?
Ugh. What are they doing, man? What are they out of their minds?
Oh, look at this. What's
I
going
don't
on here?
think we're supposed to be making fun of these comics because you're trying to sell them. But what is that show, Comic Book Palace, where that guy makes fun of every image, talks about every shit? I hate all these comics. He's the owner of the store.
You know what they remind me of a little bit? They remind me a little bit of that guy who's been uploading pirated North Korean television. It's propaganda.
Yeah, my wife is saying YouTube didn't tell me there was a show and wasn't showing you were live on your channel. That's why she called me. She said she wouldn't have done that. So I think you mentioned that, Meyer, and Kevin mentioned the other day that you guys didn't get notifications
Yeah,
when
I
I
didn't
went
get any
live.
notification at all.
So
I
I
did today.
okay, maybe I'm not shadow banned then. I always assume the worst. Okay, what is this? Poison Ivy? Oh, she looks so stupid.
It's the same book. It's just a different cover.
Ugh. Oh my God! Whoever buys that just ugh.
This one
That
has some
comic looks
crazy.
like an abuse of the First Amendment.
Can you see those crazy like hologram things on
I
there?
can, yeah. That's weird. Is it the same book again?
Well, yeah, it's the same as this one, but one has these weird.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Is there anything on the inside that looks like that? I mean, are they objectifying women as much on the inside as they are on the outside? In a good way?
They
I
look
think
like
it's
they're
supposed
on
to be female empowerment. I think is what they
Yeah,
think they're
they
doing.
they are objectifying the women for other women. Only women can gawk at those women.
Okay.
Mm.
This is part of a connecting cover. This one.
Oh, do you have the other half? Not that we really care, but
I think Catwoman was the other part. Came out last week.
oh, okay. Gee,
Wonder
that
this one. This one doesn't have a barcode on it. Oh, there it is on the back. They want an extra $2 because there's
for the
hologram
squiggly
lines.
lines. Oh wow.
You can buy it. Somebody's gonna love that stuff. There's got to be people that love that, right?
There's another cover for the same book. It's Beetlejuice.
Oh
Another
gosh. So
the
they're
same
putting
book.
Beetlejuice on the cover of everything next week, it looks like.
It's Beetlejuice month.
Hey, look.
Oh my wife's saying I was reading the chat and I'm glad the great legend reminded me to like the video. So helpful. And I don't want to get cursed. LOL. Yeah, the great legend's a great guy. I really appreciate all he's done for us.
All right, so we know this is the best book of the week.
Yeah, the Beetlejuice covers.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
That'll be the best seller.
Yeah, if I had no choice, I would buy that probably still or that green one too. If I had no choice, I would buy one of the green ones too. Before I'd buy the Beetlejuice one, I'd pay the extra $1 to get the blank green cover as opposed to the.
Because you can take this off. I can remove this.
Yeah, maybe somebody
Yeah.
would want to do that.
I've done it
But
before. I've run out. Which
Yeah,
is,
as a consumer.
I lose
Yeah.
$1 if I take it off, but
Yeah, and I'll get the one I'm getting.
Well, you remove it, and then you have Smokin' Joe draw his version of Swamp Thing on it, and then you
Yeah,
could
that's.
frame it, and
I
just
think
it
that's
doesn't have
probably
any
the best.
guts, but it doesn't matter because you got it under a frame, under glass.
Or just do your own. Leave it on there and do your own fun cover or something. Do
Yeah,
whatever.
here's the
like a
new Garth Ennis book.
Tijuana Bible style version of Swamp Thing.
Mhm.
Garth
Okay.
Ennis, is this a good book?
It's a brand new #1. Let's look. It says it has a extra special preview of Ahoy Comics' next outrage, the Toxic Avenger. This is
Is
a
this
He-Man cover.
DC or some other company?
The
No,
cover's
Ahoy
okay.
Ahoy
What is it called?
Comics.
Babs? That's weird.
Babs. What's
Babs
it?
is a nickname for Barbara, right?
Yes. Kind of poorly drawn though.
Okay, well, let's see. Maybe I'm hopeful. I'm always hopeful that maybe something good will come out. Let's see.
Okay.
I wish, it's all these comics have big giant panels. I like the small panels, but
These leprechauns are getting crushed by this horse.
hmm.
And the title references to a Madonna song, right? Material
Yeah,
Girl.
so this is a humorous satirical fantasy comic.
Look what this dragon says.
Yeah, it's they're getting humor from curse words. It's like the Deadpool movie. Apparently, they say the F word and fanboys
Doesn't
laugh.
terrible, but
Um,
we're not reading it. Could be awful, right? Could be like filled with.
Look at this.
I mean,
Look at this troll.
empower-
He just puked.
filled with
yeah,
female. That looks
I mean, I
cool.
don't.
That reminds me of Jeff Darrow a little bit, right?
The
Oh,
artwork
look at
is not terrible. I will say it's not terrible.
Does it
she
look a
made
little
him
bit
stuck her
like
arm in the mouth. Look at.
I'm just wondering if it's
samurai,
just
whatever?
they're just trying to get laughs from gross out stuff, which can work. I mean, I haven't seen enough to hate it yet.
No, she got a smirk. Kind of looks like a heavy metal.
That squirrel got jacked up.
Yeah.
So, do you
Hey,
do a separate video for the independent comics, one for DC and one for Marvel, or are there enough independent to do a separate video?
I'll just do a short, maybe.
Oh, okay. I think you're one of the first people on the internet to show the new books. I can't think of anyone. Of course, I don't really know, but I don't know of anyone else. Oh, is that the Toxic Avenger that's
Yeah.
coming?
Hang on 1 second. Hang on.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's pretty insane looking.
yeah.
Gotham City.
Oh
I'm
my
putting it on
gosh.
the face on Babs. It doesn't look too bad. I might, depending on the price, if it's not $7.99.
It doesn't look bad. I don't know who that company is, but
It
they
doesn't look
might
too
be
bad.
an okay company, maybe.
Regular
But
price. Yeah.
I don't want to hate all new comics. I want there to be good comics. I don't just hate something just reflexively because it's new. I
Yeah.
would
Me as
love for
well.
there to be great comics from Marvel and DC. This is
I'm always
not the
looking
world I
for
want to live in. But it just doesn't happen. I'm always listening for new bands. I don't want to hate all music. I want it to be like it was when I was a kid, when I could turn the radio and hear good music. Oh well.
You know what's the problem with new music?
What's that?
It's very subdued.
Oh,
This is supposed to be a preview of a.
hold on.
Oh,
Let
you
me
call
give
it
you let me give you the
Quarantine
screen.
Day. Quarantine Day 4 is what it's called.
Okay, and that's the Toxic Avenger comic,
Yeah.
Quarantine Day.
Nothing was ever going back to normal. That is about all we know for sure.
Well, that's interesting art. I have to admit. Does it say who the artist is there?
Maybe Fred
Wonder,
Harper.
Not familiar with him. Fred Harper sounds familiar, but I don't know where I've heard it.
wonder if this means they're going to do a new toy line of Toxic Avenger.
Oh, there is a preview. Here we go.
Oh, it looks like Richard Corbin, kind of, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Look at you wearing a mask.
These artists that work for this company would be good for that EC company. Um, yeah, this guy could do.
Oh man,
Ugh, yeah, I don't know. That's a little too disgusting for me, man. Um,
Oh,
like this.
yeah, whoever this artist is someone that they see. There are some artists that are okay today, I guess. Um, I mean, I was never a big.
Trauma.
It's like a Taco Bell, isn't it?
I found a trauma book yesterday. Like, I'll show you. Found this trauma book. It's the Chosen One.
I didn't know they had a line of comics.
yeah, I've never seen that.
Yeah, me either. And it's Carmen Electra.
Oh, yeah, that dates it.
You want to look at this one real quick?
If people want to, that's fine. Um, I remember when Toxic Avenger came out at the video store. My friend Tom and I rented it the first day it came out. We hated the movie, but then it became a huge hit and wound up being a Saturday morning cartoon and a Marvel comic and had a toy line. Um, but we just hated that movie. It was
Look at that Stan Lee.
what? Yeah, he was a real case of elder abuse, worse than they say Biden was. But they would make
You know
him
what?
sign anything.
I heard a story from somebody that was a little different from that.
What's
Where
that?
towards the end, he actually wanted to try to make as much money as he could, and you couldn't tell him no. He wanted to keep going.
That makes sense. Yeah, but he was doing some real bad stuff like Stripperella. But I think what happened is
The elder abuse came from those doctors that were taking his blood.
the what now? Oh,
His
they took his
they-
blood, didn't they put it into a Black Panther comic or something?
yeah, they were taking his blood and mixing it with a stamp ink, and they were stamping these books with his blood.
Oh, that's so horrible. Um, you know, he might have been just trying to provide for his daughter because he has a
He was.
daughter that's never
He was
worked a
trying to
day
give
in her
her.
life and probably never will work. And I think Stan Lee wanted to maybe have money just to keep her,
Oh, it
you know,
gets.
So
going.
that's what I always heard. I heard her name is Joan or Joni, I think, and she had mental health problems her whole early adulthood and was a spendaholic. And in order to keep her away from him and out of his hair, he just made as much money as possible to keep her quiet and happy. And that's, I think, what was going on.
Okay, I must have heard that story somewhere. I just, or maybe I just made that assumption, and I think it's. I mean, yeah, you want to make sure that your loved ones are cared for after you're gone, and his daughter was clearly a rich girl that couldn't do anything but be a rich girl. So Meyer cannot silence the foghorn. That's the sound of his text messages. So. You could
Yeah.
always, but there's other shows you can watch that don't have that. I like it. I think it's hilarious. It just sounds like a truck is coming into Gotham City about to plow through the store, like in the Blues Brothers.
This was good. I read this already today.
What is it? I couldn't see the title.
Kevin, is that Babs comic like just normal price, like $3.99 or $4.99?
So
Maybe change it to a pleasant ding. I think that's just what his phone does.
I'll take one of those if it's regular priced. If it's like,
it is. It's normal price.
yeah, I'll take one of those. If you have an extra one, I'll take one. You can put it in my pile. I like it. It looks good. It looks interesting.
Yeah, it is not bad looking. I think that company has got better taste in artists than the new EC. All these kids in art school all over the country. There's that is that a new one?
Yeah, you find out because his dog got stolen. His two-headed dog, and he finally resolved that issue.
Is there a which is the best cover
I like
for
it.
Mike?
I like this one.
Yeah, me too. Could you give me one of those in my cabinet?
Yeah, put
And
it in your
plus it's got
cabinet.
the is the story behind the go-go checks at the top is because this was originally planned to be a DC project. Is that what you told me?
Yeah, it was going to be, yes.
So they're doing that just as kind of an FU to DC
Yeah,
or
there's a
just
lot of FUs to DC in here.
but
There's
it also gives it a
Junkyard
very
Joe.
cool it gives
Junkyard
it a
Joe reminds you of that one guy. What was his name? DC has a Junkyard Joe.
uh,
The
I don't
Captain
know.
Commandos guy. What was his?
I hold on. I don't. I was talking over you, which is typical. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I was saying the Junkyard Joe character. That's kind of an FU to DC, right?
Oh, yeah. It's because he's like GI Robot. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
the name I was thinking of.
Yeah. Well, I love the go-go checks being put on it because it gives it a quaint, cool look. Just there's something wonderful about seeing the go-go checks. It puts you in the mindset of a certain time in comic history, and so it makes you want to like the comic. I guess is what I'm trying to say. I just always love the look of those go-go checks.
Oh, and this artist is good. And we're talking about sequential art. Like this guy doesn't need
Yeah,
words. Like there's not hardly any words, but he could still get the story across.
yeah, that guy. Why don't they get that guy for EC? Yeah, that looks okay.
That's it.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, that's the show that comes on at the same time as Psychotronic Squirt Gun. They've got a whole full panel over there. They've got let's see, one, two, three, four. They got five people. We only have four. So there are people that watch both shows at the same time, and sometimes they put comments on the wrong show. It's, anyway, at least that's what I've noticed. Because they started coming on at the same time as us a few weeks ago. This is this is oh man. I just pulled out some books we can look at. See this. Whoop, what are they showing? What was that? He's showing a Ronald. Oh, he's showing a Charlton Ronald McDonald comic. That's fantastic. Well, these aren't book. They're not showing books for sale. They're showing, I think, books from their collection. Okay, I wasn't expecting to actually. Well, I was. Never mind. That kind of took me aback. I was kind of expecting to see something from the '90s or something. Okay, let's see what we got here. The $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman. This is one of those scholastic books that you order from your teacher when you're in sixth grade.
I got that one. I ordered it and still have it.
So I'll put that with the $6 Million Man and the Time Tunnel,
Great
and
book.
then I'm going to
Beautiful.
put these Conan um, color paperbacks with my Robert E. Howard. Here's volume 3. Put that
I'll be back,
down.
guys. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, that's cool. There's volume 2, volume 1. Okay. Tarzan of the Apes with the Neil Adams cover. Okay, so now I've got, this is the Edgar Rice Burroughs books. So let's see. This was a book that came out when Star Wars came out, The Force of Star Wars. And what this is a, um, it's unlocking the mystery of the Force. It's a religious book, and they're explaining, they're trying to sell it to people that are fans of Star Wars, and then you read it and it tells you, well, the Force is really God, and then they witness to you, Frank Allnut, and they he really you know what, he looks like Napoleon Dynamite there. I think they repainted the
Yeah, it's like a close up of the Hildebrandt painting, but with a different face. Is that right?
Yeah, I think they repainted. The Hildebrandt face did not look like Mark Hamill. It looked more Germanic, but it didn't look like that. That looks completely like Napoleon Dynamite. But anyway, they would do this. I think they did it with Star Trek. They did it with Mad Magazine. There was like, I think they did it with The Simpsons. Sometimes they'll take something that's a pop culture phenomenon and they'll put out a book to try to witness to people with that. Oh, what is my wife saying there? Oh no, I have to go back to work. LOL. Hate to miss out. Hi, she says, hi, Missing Mars. I didn't see your comment because I was eating. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Yeah, Missing Mars. Are you on both streams, or because he's always on both streams? I think. I don't know. I guess people watch it. Like I can watch on my phone one thing while I watch. If I wasn't doing this, I could watch one show on my phone and one show on my TV. I think that's what people do, and why comments wind up in the wrong place. Okay, Star Wars. I don't know where I'm going to put that. Okay, I must have 2 copies of this book because I see it again. Um, Carson of Venus. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is new. It must be when they first put out in paperback the 11th book, John Carter of Mars, which is not as well liked. This is one that is people it's kind of like Battle. I'm not knocking it, but it's kind of like you're a Planet of the Apes fan, so you love all 5 movies, but everyone kind of knows Battle for the Planet of the Apes is kind of weak. That's, I think, how people look at John Carter of Mars, which is the 11th book in the series. And John Carter is not the main character in all the Barsoom books. He's really heavily in the first 3, and then other books are about his other members of his family or someone that's in his army, and he appear. It's kind of like, remember the Dick Tracy cartoon where he'd appear at the beginning of the cartoon, then he'd be there in the last 5 seconds, and then the rest of the thing was some British dog or some racial stereotype character. It's kind of like that. Okay, Wizard of Venus. All right, man. I'm gonna get. I guess I'll get all these organized, and I might. I was thinking, Graphic Man's got too much. Now I'm thinking I might have all the same amount of stuff as him, man. I maybe not. I think he had different versions, and this shouldn't be with it. This is not Edgar Rice Burroughs' Gulliver of Mars. Original title: Lieutenant Governor Gulliver of Mars, Gulliver Jones, rather. This predated the Princess of Mars, the first, and Marvel in the early 70s did an adaptation of this book because they didn't have the Burroughs rights yet. And honestly, I've never read this book. I read the comic book. Here is a long lost classic of interplanetary adventure, which some science fiction experts think may have helped to inspire the immortal Edgar Rice Burroughs. though by no means a Burroughs novel. Everyone who has ever enjoyed a novel of Barsoom will find Edwin L. Arnold's Color of Mars special reading delight, but they're marketing this to Edgar Rice Burroughs fans. I'll throw it in the Edgar Rice Burroughs pile. I don't think Graphic Man showed this one because it shows nudity. I don't think he showed that.
That's a really good book. That one you just showed, Beyond the Farthest
Beyond the
Star.
Farthest Star. I don't
read it
remember
in
seeing
one
that
day.
last.
It's like 119 pages, and it's very good. Oh, I have that one. That Lupoff book,
Yeah, this
Master of Adventure.
there's a great book that is probably over here. It's a big coffee table book. I have to look for a white spine here. Where is that book? Oh, come on, man. Here it is. It's gigantic. This book here, Edgar Rice Burroughs, The Man Who Created Tarzan by Irwin Porges. I recommend this book. From the early 70s. It's got everything, including his cheat sheet where he had to write down the names of all the
That's what you told me.
characters and the names of all the animals and everything, so he'd remember from book to book. That
Oh, I want to get one of them.
a Martian horse is a thoat, a Martian lion is a banth, a giant Martian mosquito is a Sith. Sith, Bantha. It's a lot of the Star Wars, the creativity of George Lucas. You can see where he got it from.
Yeah, Martian
Um,
General for Jeds, I believe. A Jed
yeah,
is a
yeah,
Martian.
Jed's the Jedak, Jed. They were the Martian kings. Yeah, yeah. It's where it all comes from. Anytime you see ray guns and swords, it goes back to Edgar Rice Burroughs, and
Well, I
that's
mean,
Flash.
you
Flash
could even
Gordon goes to Edgar Rice Burroughs. It's like
you
when
could even
you
say that Han Solo and Chewbacca are ripping off Tars Tarkas and John Carter.
Hmm.
that's I've
It's
never thought
the
of that.
hero.
That's
It's the
exactly
hero and his
right.
alien sidekick who towers over him, who doesn't speak English, right?
Right. But he's still a great
Instead of being
warrior. He's
lizard-like, he's
intelligent.
furry. All he did was
That's
change him into
great.
an ape instead of a
That was
reptile.
it. Also is just it was such a wonder. It was perfect. It was like a boy and his dog, but they're also equals. Yeah, those first Star Wars movies were great. What the hell happened to the world where Star Wars is now a name that makes me want to vomit? Uh, and the Marvel movies were going so great. Why did they have to turn to absolute shit?
You know what? It's our fault. We
It's
craved
not my fucking fault.
yes, it is. We craved acceptance by the normals, and now the
Oh no,
normals ruined everything.
I've never wanted to be
Good point.
accepted by a normal person.
It's a
Are
good
you
point that we were
crazy?
happy at the beginning to be getting recognition, and they were taking the stuff that we loved and throwing money into it, and we thought it would become good, or that they would be making stuff for us. But they weren't making it for us; they were making it for people who weren't connected to the real properties, right?
Okay,
They
well, I'm not
co-opted
sure. Are you talking
story.
about Star Wars or the Marvel movies?
All of it. I'm talking about everything that happened from about 1995 on, or something.
Okay, okay, Iron Man it was loved by normal people. It was it was very close to the original comic. Other than the fact that Tony Stark was a completely different personality, but it was pretty close. Um, but it was accepted by normal people because most people didn't even know Iron Man was a comic book. Honestly, normal
Yeah.
people have never heard of that comic book.
You're right.
That was an obscure, pretty low level. It wasn't like Spider Man. A lot of people just knew it. I don't even know how many people knew it was a Black Sabbath song.
I was just going to say, my cousin actually honestly asked me if Iron Man, the movie that he knew came from comics, he didn't know. He asked me if it was based on the Black Sabbath song, or if the Black Sabbath song was based on the Iron Man comic. And I said neither. But he did. He
Um,
assumed that they were connected somehow because he didn't grow up reading comics.
well, the Black Sabbath song is not describing the Marvel character, but I would almost certainly guarantee that they saw an Iron Man comic in an airport or laying around somewhere, and that's where they got the name of that song, just like they got the name of the band from a movie that played at the drive-in. I mean,
Yeah, probably right.
that's how they got their name, their stuff, appropriating it. But Star Wars was accepted by normal people in the '70s. It was a huge hit.
From the
It
very
was
beginning,
completely a
my
normal
mom
thing.
liked it. Yeah.
It's just what, well, George Lucas kind of started it by making those crummy prequels that I didn't want to see. I didn't want to go back, go forward. And I don't want to sound like a socialist, but move forward. You still have those those the main characters, you know, the actors that played them are still young. Go forward. Don't go back and show us Darth Vader as a little kid. I didn't want to see that.
No, I enjoyed
Well,
what Marvel Comics did. Remember what Marvel Comics did in those early Star Wars comics after they did the adaptations? I liked that stuff. It was,
Yeah, yeah, like the giant bunny rabbit.
yeah, I mean that
That
was
was all
there,
right.
but
It's okay.
it was okay for me at 13 and 14. I was enjoying reading
Yeah,
it.
I was too. Yeah, and I was imagining, is this gonna be okay? Well, this artist, I don't know. Are you a fan of this artist?
This is well, I am because that's the first, that's the edition that I first read that book and a
Yeah.
lot of the books in because I inherited those that block art kind of style that
So
is so
it's
unusual.
nostalgic. It
It
makes you
grew on me.
remember that time period, but
Yeah,
really compare. It's okay. I mean, it's very mid-century, I guess,
it's an
and it
odd
was
choice,
how a
isn't it?
lot of us read that stuff to begin with.
To me, it makes it look like it was like being marketed towards like older people, like dads, instead of like sons. You understand what I'm saying? The cover is very
Well, it
like,
was. I mean, dads were reading this because this is their childhood. This is
yes, right.
Tarzan was a character that had been around since the early 20 mid or teens. When was the first Tarzan book in all story? Was it at
1917 or
1918 maybe?
1918 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Princess of Mars pre was that 1912 or was it? Yeah, see, I used to know all this stuff, but yeah, that would be something that your dad would say. Yeah, I read that one, maybe because this is a 1960s book, so maybe even your grandfather would say, I read that when I was a kid. It's something that transcended generations. It's just been forgotten about now. No kids don't know who Tarzan is now.
yeah,
Okay.
Tarzan's been out of the pop imagination for quite a while. Yeah,
Yeah, same with Popeye. The kids don't know who that is. They don't know who Lone Ranger is. All of these are characters that are lost to time.
I love that
This
cover.
must
It's a
be a
great
this
theme.
must be a British edition, huh? It looks
Yeah.
British.
Yeah, I have a book from that series too.
Okay, I'll go put this with my Jaws collection. I tell you, you just had to be a kid in the '70s to realize this wasn't mine. My copy as a kid. This belonged to. Let's see if I can pronounce that. This belonged to Hazuyaki Hari.
Oh, that's great.
Is that
It's
a
too bad they didn't
Japanese
make
name or
like
is that a Hawaiian name?
it could
Japanese.
be either. It could be either. It's Japanese, but it could be a Hawaiian person as well because there's a lot of
Yeah,
Japanese people in Hawaii.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's too bad they didn't make a Jaws religious conversion book as well, like the United Methodist Church of Sharks or something, of Hammerheads or something. And
The Jaws of Jesus.
yeah,
No, I'm
there you
sorry.
go. The Jaws of Jesus.
I'm not trying to be
Perfect.
blasphemous, but
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
yeah. I wonder if I have that. It was the Mad book was, I think, called the Mad Morality, and they had Alfred E. Newman holding up the Ten Commandments like he was Moses. I think I have that book, but I'm not sure. Okay, here's Star Trek 7, and I got to go put it with my Star Trek books.
I'm pretty sure I successfully managed to mute the foghorn because
I like the foghorn.
I just reserved. When I
I
was a
mean,
kid, I used to call it the froghorn, because I grew up around foghorns. There's a foghorn in my neighborhood, And it used to go off a lot more because there was a lot more fog. And when I learned that word as a kid, you know how you would say Paschetti or something? And when I was like 4, I would call it the frog horn, and my siblings would all laugh because I just thought it was the frog horn. And I thought it was undertowed instead of undertow because my mother would always say, "Be careful to look out for the undertow," because I
What
would be
movie?
like
There
3 and
was a
swimming in the
movie
water.
like that. What was the movie where the guy was talking about the undertowed?
I don't
Something.
know. I used to say it.
No, there was a movie where someone was talking about he was afraid of the undertowed, and then they explained it was the undertow.
Hmm.
It was some movie like Stand By Me, some one of those movies with kids in it.
Oh,
What,
I don't
maybe
know.
it was an old Little Rascals art gang comedy. It was some. It was. I swear that your life experience was in a movie I've seen. Um, there was a radio. I used to listen to talk radio all the time. Well, I still would, but I can't find any stations around here. But I remember tuning in to what was his name? Was it? It was Ed Bush. He was a Star Trek fan, and he called up Gene Roddenberry and was asking him about the new Star Trek movie. And he was he couldn't really talk. He says, "I've got to." At the end, he says, "I really got to go. I've got a deadline. I'm writing a book." And he was writing this novelization, and he was not a happy camper. But I see. I've got to file this number 7 in here.
You remember that movie, The Other? I need to see that again, man.
I
Remember how
don't know
scary that was?
what's that about.
You never saw The Other?
I don't
No?
know. Is that about a ghost?
No, it's about these murderous little twin boys in like
Drew,
the
you
1890s.
Drew, you want to go on a walk?
It's a really
Drew's
good
looking like she's about to
horror movie.
poop. Drew, let's go on
Horror
a
movie
walk.
from
Come
the
on.
early 70s. The
Yeah,
Other.
man, I don't know. Okay, I was distracted by the dog. What did you say the other was about again?
The Other is based on a book I think written by this guy Thomas Tryon, who wrote like Harvest Home. It's a it's a mystery horror movie from the early 70s that I saw in the theater with my family when I was about 8, way too early to see this movie. It's the main characters in the movie are little twins in like the 1890s in like the Midwest on a farm, and they're one is murderous and one is even more murderous, and it's got a twist. You don't know whether there really are twins or whether one is hallucinating or delusional, and it involves like death and corpses, and
Yeah, I haven't
it's
seen
a really
that.
creepy movie. It's really good. The Other.
I was
Anybody
laughing
who's
because
seen
Alan
Dum-Dum.
Keyes reminded me I still haven't shown the AOK from Charlton
Hmm.
'66.
Yeah,
Um,
I recommend. I need to find it and rewatch it. I haven't seen it in probably 30 or 40 years.
yeah.
It's a scary movie.
Uh,
Childhood, and it's creepy. There's like
yeah.
religious overtones too.
Um, what was I gonna say? Um, yeah, I gotta make sure the dog doesn't poop her pants here, man. Okay, where is the leash?
Yes, Bronco, Jawsus, in the name of Jawsus.
Oh,
I rebuke ye.
yeah.
There you go. Sorry about that. Yeah, it just came out.
Where is the leash? I'll use this old leash. She's gotten in the habit lately of being, well, she sometimes is scared to go outside because there's been so many roofs being replaced out there that there have been constant hammering from all sides of people getting their roofs replaced, and she's scared she won't go out the door. And um but then I would say Jesus loves you, and I was talking to, and then she went outside. It's like I used the power of Jesus to. I'm not even being sarcastic. It actually worked. She went outside. Drew, Jesus loves you. Come on, let's go outside. And she's pulling. She does not want to go outside. Drew, you don't want to go outside? Drew, let's go outside. Come on, let's go. That's just she's just it's the dog that doesn't want to go outside. I always get the weirdest misfit pets, man. My first pet was a deaf cat, and then I got a dog that was the next pet was a dog. Well, she lost weight, but when I adopted her, she was so overweight her belly touched the ground. And then I got a then Pete the cat was crazy in his own way, and Alan the cat's a little nuts too, but he's getting better. But Drew's now the dog that does not want to go outside. Drew, are you sure you don't want to go outside? Okay, she's not. She is rebelling, and I'm not gonna pull her chain. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Okay, I'll show you the.
I
Let me
don't
go through
blame her.
these last paper. Huh?
It's a hellscape out. It's a hellscape out there. I don't blame her. It's a dystopian hellscape outside that door.
Yeah. But I love the smell of burning tires in the morning.
That was great, wasn't it? She left the window open because she wanted to smell the burning tires.
It smells like a wonderful Marxist revolution. It's unbelievable. If people vote that those people in, the country deserves to sink down like Atlantis, uh, or Babylon, or whatever horrible Sodom Gomorrah. Okay, I'll show you what I got from Gotham. Not
Like,
Gotham. I'm used to showing you what I got from Gotham, from Charlton, 66. Okay. Okay. It's an issue of Erie.
oh man.
I may actually have this issue, but this is in much better condition than my copy. So this is very appreciated. This came a collection of Erie and Creepy came into his. The story works that part time, and anyway, fantastic. That's a one of those great covers. And then uh, he sent me this from Christie's. It's oh, it's an it's a Christie's catalog. Uh, yeah, I'm used to seeing the ones from Heritage, but I've never seen one from Christie's. Christie's is the company I've always heard of all my life. Heritage is something that's prestigious, but I think I've never heard of Heritage before the '80s. They were. I went into Heritage one time with my friend Tom. He bought a window card for Creature from the Black Lagoon, and he thought that he had bought a fake one because the colors didn't seem right to him. And so he went to a friend of his that worked for Heritage, and we went up there and we went up an elevator, this big tall building in Dallas, and we went into their fancy suite, and the guy looked at it. He thought it was legitimate, but Tom was still very skeptical of it. Okay, so what we've got is a bunch of original art for sale. There's the opening splash page for the parody of Patton.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
Yeah, they're suggesting it'll go for $800 to $1,100. Oh, but this is not current. This is from 1990, December
Right. It's
1992.
long gone.
So
Somebody
it's
bought
all
that.
relative.
Is that Mort
Um,
Drucker? Who did that patent? Is that Mort
that was
Drucker?
Mort Drucker. Yeah, there's they're thinking that Star Trek
Oh,
cover would go
man.
for 3,500 to 5,000, and that's because Star Trek fans, would be
Right.
Star Trek and Mad fans, and
Oh, look at this stuff. This is so
yeah,
cool.
yeah, it's great. I'll show it in more detail on a show that's not live, where I can. There's a bunch of fold-ins. Uh, I remember that
Doesn't that just make you
Valentine.
wonder where this stuff is all where it all is now, and like makes you wonder, where it all ended up.
Yeah, there's no telling. Oh, look, here's the
Wow.
Tarzan TV show opening page. They're thinking it will go for $700 to $1,000. Mark Drucker. Of course, this is was a bone of contention. William Gaines saved all original art, and that's why the EC reprints look so good. He saved all the original art, and kept it safe. And so when Russ Cochran did those hardcover editions in the 70s, they were it looked perfect. And he saved all the original art for all everything that appeared in Mad. And so those Mad specials that would come out, I don't know, 5, 6 times a year, the thick ones that had reprints of old stuff with special little things that you could take out and put on your wall, or stickers, records sometimes. Um, they all looked good and looked as good as they did in original publication because he was using the original art. And then when William Gaines, I think it was before he passed away, all his art was auctioned off. And he kept, I don't know, I think 5 or 6 copies of every single EC comic, and he bundled them up when right after they were printed and sealed them up and kept them in his closet. So all his original file copies of EC comics that looked brand new and smelled brand new, they were all auctioned off. And so now when you see, there was a certain point after that happened, whenever you see Mad reprint books, they're not being shot from the original art, they're being shot from existing books, and it looks muddier and it doesn't look as clear. Um, yeah, it's a lot of the stuff I remember. It's a parody of Maud, Kung Fu, The Waltons, MASH,
Gosh.
Canon. Actually, that's the whole story. It says 7 pages, $800 to $1,100. Yeah, they're selling whole stories. That's the whole. That's not just the splash page. That's all 7 pages parody of Kung Fu, Kung Fool.
I loved the TV. That was the first thing, the TV and movie parodies each issue. And I loved this magazine when I was probably from like 4th grade to 7th grade. I didn't miss an issue every month.
Well, the thing about the the movie parodies is a lot of times they were R-rated movies, and that's the only way I could know what the movie was like, and because it pretty much told you the whole story of the. Of it.
Right.
Oh, look at this Hulk Hogan one cover,
It made a
3,500 to
joke out of that.
5,000.
Oh,
July
that's cool.
'86, Mort Drucker, Hulk Hogan. And that was, see, that one there, do you see Rambo with Ronald Reagan? That's Will Elder
Uh-huh.
and Harvey Kurtzman. They came back to Mad in the mid '80s and did a few covers.
Yeah, see,
I don't,
I wasn't even aware of it. And I heard you talk about that before, but I wasn't buying Mad at that time. So
no, I don't know if they were hurting for money or if Hugh Hefner was laying them off or something, but it's weird that they came back after 30 years that they'd been away. Because Harvey Kurtzman wasn't a happy. I mean, he was not happy. Um, he had a different idea for the direction of Mad. He really, yeah, he wanted it to be different. He wanted to have more. He wanted a more prestigious looking magazine, something he could be proud of. And Hugh Hefner allowed him to do Trump, the magazine Trump, and it was on slick paper and everything, and it was brilliant, full color. It was his version of where Mad would have gone on, but it wasn't. Hugh Hefner canceled it because it was costing too much money. Here's the Flash Gordon poster that must have been displayed in comic stores that he sent me.
that's cool.
So this this is new. There's a new Flash Gordon book that is coming out, and this must have been for Free Comic Book Day. But I guess they're reviving Defenders of the Earth, and then they're reprinting the Alex Raymond stuff, and then they're doing, what is that? Some little Flash Gordon for little kids. I guess they're trying to reestablish Flash Gordon as a brand to a generation that has no idea who he is.
That's interesting.
He sent me some Free Comic Book Day stuff that, since that I don't have. I got some Free Comic Book Day from some free comic book books from Kevin at Gotham City Comics, but did you get this one, Kevin? He must
I
be
don't think
with a
he
customer.
must
He
be at
must be
work.
with a customer.
I haven't
This
seen that. It looks great. That
Well,
artist
this
is
is the first time I've held one of the new
great.
Conan books in my hand. I've heard people talking about them. I've
I
got, I
haven't read
think,
them. My
all the
son gets
Conan
them. I haven't
books
read them yet.
in my hold closet at Gotham City Comics, but I don't have any of them, and it looks kind of like late period Marvel Conan. It's pretty good. It really is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not it's not bad. It's
Yeah, other than from what I've seen, other than the backgrounds, it looks pretty good, right? Because of the
Yeah, let me
computer
see. The
generated
backgrounds
kind of
are,
empty backgrounds, it doesn't look the same, but the figures look real close to
yeah,
Buscema.
he's hacking off a guy's head just like one of those paperback covers we were just looking at. Yeah, it's very, it is like John Buscema, but it's not carbon copy of it. It's not like what was that guy, Ron? What was that guy in the '90s that imitated Kirby? That was looked
Ron
sometimes it looked.
Friends, Ron
Ron
Friends.
Friends, man, he looked exactly.
I
He
like
did a pretty good. He
I
did a
like
pretty
the
good job
he
imitating
was doing
Kirby. But
Thor like in like 1988 and 89 when I was in the army, and I was reading as many of them as I could. I bought it from the PX every month. It
Yeah,
was
yeah,
good.
but
if you look,
Friends did Thor like Kirby, but he did Spider-Man like Sal Buscema.
I like that too.
okay.
I haven't read
Well,
those, but I like Sal
the
Buscema
thing
too.
about those covers that Ron Friends did, if they just had used the '60s Thor logo instead of the new logo, it would have looked like a comic book from 1965, '66.
I
This is
agree.
apparently an Archie comic, believe it or not.
Huh.
I guess, is that Veronica? It's the cursed or the cursed library.
The cover's cool. I mean, it looks
Okay, I
interesting.
guess that's Betty. I guess that's a realistic depiction of what Betty would look like if she was a real human. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a chance. Oh my gosh, someone's already given the devil horn salute. Is that? I got to figure out who these characters are. Oh my gosh, we got. This is not the Archie that I remember.
That looks like Sabrina. Maybe Sabrina was that with the
I'm
spells?
trying to get my bearings here. I have, oh yeah, this is Sabrina stuff, but it's the, yeah, this is definitely Sabrina because she's got the freckles, and Betty doesn't have freckles. But it looks like she has blonde hair. Sabrina's supposed to have white hair, but okay,
She looks like she
this is
is.
gonna be because it gets into this. Yeah, because the TV show on Netflix or whatever got really into the Satan stuff. Whereas the comic book was like Bewitched. It was like they're witches, but it was, they're just witches. It
Yeah,
wasn't
but
like
that
there weren't.
Riverdale show, I really liked the casting on Betty and Veronica. I thought that the actress that played Veronica looked really a lot like that 1940s version of Veronica, and the Betty
Yeah,
looked good to me as well. I liked those two actresses.
yeah. The
The writing
casting may have
got a
been
look.
good, but it was what they did with the writing. Because then
Yeah, the writing got away
I
from
watched
it.
the first
And
episode,
Archie and
and
Miss Grundy, what the fuck?
oh, that's horrible. I mean, that's horrible.
And
And
then
then
also Jughead with the biker side story, and that I don't know. And
yeah, yeah.
but I
And
liked
then
the
they
girls.
try
I
to
thought
be
the girls looked
diverse.
good.
I mean, Josie and the Pussycats was a diverse group. But instead they make it less diverse and make Josie and the Pussycats all one. Never mind. This is all that Satan stuff from the TV show. The Morning Star has arisen. It's in this character that it's this is for fans of the TV series, which we actually enjoy. We watched the whole thing all the way to the end, and
I didn't watch it all the way to the end.
the first season was interesting uh, in that it looked, it was like the way Tim Burton did Batman, okay, it's 1989, but it kind of looks like the 1930s, and they did that same thing with the Fox Batman cartoon. It's like mixtures of all the different time periods that Batman existed in. It looks Art Deco and all that. It looks like a Fleischer Superman cartoon. Um, even though I think the Sabrina cartoon is supposed to take place in modern times, it has all this 60s influence. She kind of dressed like she did in in the old comics, but they had to get into her the the witches that take care of her. They're all hail Satan and all that, and she goes to school with the big Baphomet statue, and then there's this group of trolls. Well, I don't want to insult them because they're very litigious. I think they're not the Anton LaVey Satanists. I think it's the Temple of Satan or the Satan Temple, or I don't know what they are. There's some group of kind of Antifa kind of liberal trolls, and they went out because they claim they own the Baphomet. They have a copyright on it. So they said, you can't use that in the Sabrina show. So they took it out. In the second season, they're worshiping like some, I think, Hecate, some, female goddess. That was what was the in Jason and the Argonauts, when he meets, you know, uh, what's that? That's my Jesus. That's my gospel clock. It Darth Vader, James Earl Jones says something every hour on the hour. Could you hear that?
Yes, I could just hear his voice. I couldn't hear what he said though.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
It's 7 o'clock your time because it's right now. It's 4:59 Pacific.
It's 7. Wow. Well, anyway, it had a lot of enough to keep going, but then you guys, I don't want to spoil it for spoiler alert. But then it had all this stuff about stuff I don't even want to talk about. They brought in all this stuff that wasn't appropriate for a character that's aimed at kids, um, but all this demonic stuff, and but at the end, she dies and she's there with her boyfriend in some white room, which I guess represents the afterlife. And the same thing happened in this other show my wife was watching called Supernatural. The last episode, the two guys die and they're just kind of in a big white room, like 2001: A Space Odyssey. And it's like, why all these TV shows, the characters die at the end and wind up in some weird prison, and it's heaven is like a weird
No,
prison.
wasn't that what happened at the end of Lost? Weren't they all dead to begin with?
Is that what happened in that too?
I
We're
don't know.
spoiling all kinds of TV shows, aren't we? Anyway,
Yeah.
I appreciate. I'm not criticizing the comic. That sounds like I'm not appreciative. I love Archie comics. I'll read this.
I
It's
feel like
just that,
Archie mystery or an Archie, any Archie property, it should be family friendly. And I liked you. Do you remember do you remember the Hardy Boys Nancy Drew mystery with that, was her name Pamela Sue Martin? She was really
yeah,
hot.
yeah.
And it would alternate every week between Joe and Frank and Nancy Drew, and it was good, man. I thought those were really good when I was, what, 10, 11, 12, 13 or something.
I never watched the show. I saw the opening credits and then I turned the channel, but I had some Boys books that were passed down from my older brothers, but I looked at them and I said, these guys don't look like the guys on the front of those books. Those guys had short hair. And I wasn't accepting the 1970s hair, but I bet they were good. It seemed like it had a cool theme song. It
I
had
liked
cool
the theme
opening
song and the
credits.
intro. It was kind of like trying to be like, CBS or ABC Saturday at the mystery movies, but a kid's version, like the
Yeah.
intro.
Oh, I love the opening of the CBS mystery movie. Well, Ming the Merciless, they're trying to make him less of a Asian racial stereotype and make him blue skinned, more alien looking, because he did really reflect the 1930s Asian peril thing, because we kind of knew, we were gonna, there's gonna be problems over there in Japan and China. Within a few years, we'd be at war, and so the villains, Fu Manchu, Ming the Merciless, this is, you're not gonna think, okay, that's an Asian stereotype that looks more alien. I guess that's the only way you could do it. It's just like
I didn't even
if
think
you
about
do
that.
a new version of the Spirit, how are you going to handle Ebony? Or you're going to probably have to make him, not a stereotype. If you're going to do it today, that's okay. And then this was another
I
free
didn't see
comic
that
book day.
spirit. They
Johnny
made a spirit
Quest.
movie. I don't
Huh?
think Ebony was in the Spirit movie, was he? They made a Spirit movie, but there was
The
no Ebony.
Spirit movie, I didn't even watch. Can you believe that? As much as I
I
love
didn't
the
either.
Spirit, I looked at it,
I
and it
haven't
was
seen it.
it was being done by what's his face, Frank Miller, and they let him direct it, and it looked nothing like the Spirit. It looked nothing like Will Eisner's style. It looked like his Sin City.
Yeah, I was just going to say he made it
Yeah,
look like
they
Sin City.
gave him, because Sin City had made money. They gave this comic artist the ability to direct a movie. I think before he'd written the script to RoboCop 3 or 2 or something. That's about all he'd done, and it just looked miserable. Now, there was another Spirit movie made for TV with Sam Jones, who had played Flash Gordon, and there was an Ebony in that, but he was, um, and Ebony in the original comic strip in the Sunday Spirit sections was a really clever, intelligent kid, and he was a hero. It's just he spoke in a dialect, and he was drawn with these giant lips. That's the problem. The way he was drawn, it was, but he was a wonderful character. So if you could just fix his dialect and not make him look like a little version of Al Jolson, then but I don't think Will Eisner's whole career should be canceled. It's just that was just the time period, unfortunately. Yeah, this looks like it's not a bad comic. This is a new Johnny Quest that was being promoted at Free Comic Book Day. I don't know if the ongoing title has started yet.
The
It
cover looks
looks
great.
like they're also going to be doing Thundercats. That may have already started. Thundercats doesn't look as interesting to me, but then Thundercats wasn't my childhood, but Johnny Quest was. That looks,
They made the characters less heroic. I mean, really
of
really
course.
thin, like they eat avocado toast.
Well, yeah, isn't that the way everything goes nowadays?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
they put avocado toast in everything.
Well, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, it's like they de-heroize
Yeah,
everybody. I mean,
yeah.
I didn't see this new Indiana
Everything
Jones
is
movie, but I understand he gets beaten up all through it. A woman shows him his place, that he's not as cool as her, and it's
The
just
new
he's just
Batman cartoon. Batman's not the hero of it. The hero is Barbara Gordon. Batman's just like Daredevil in the old Daredevil comics. He just shows up at the end.
does
He's
she is
barely
she
in the episode.
Batgirl at this point in the show? Does she suit up as Batgirl?
I haven't gotten that far yet. At this point, I don't know what she's doing. She's the hero of the show, and
Well,
she's
I heard
the
that
thought.
Commissioner Gordon is de-emphasized, and that instead of Batman interacting with Commissioner Gordon, he goes to Barbara Gordon. That's who he answers to, which means that he is in his proper place as an inferior to a woman, and that
You'd
she's the boss, just
you'd
like
think that
Kamala Harris.
you'd think that
Can't
they would
believe
have learned from the He-Man debacle.
Oh no. But that Batman cartoon is old. That was made several years ago. That's just no network wanted it. It went from several networks. I was still living in Texas when I heard Bruce Timm talking about, yes, we're creating a new Batman with that's diverse with a great deal of equity and inclusion. And it's like, okay. but it's great. You know, it's I don't know. I mean, it's that's the way the world goes. There's but there's a Tarzan book. How about that? Yeah, I'm making a third stack here, man. I swear. How many copies do I have of this book, man? I got to get these in order, and I'll see how many. I'm just as bad as Graphic, man. I was thinking he's got too many, and look at me, man. I'm the same. He didn't show this one. I don't think he showed that one. I think he was not showing the ones that have a little bit too much pulchritude, but that's because he's a nice guy. This is Synthetic Men of Mars.
I love that one. And I had that. That's the copy that I first read when I was in high school. And that's one of my favorite one of the books. That I love Synthetic Men.
The Gods of Mars. It looks like the artist is pretty much drawing them the way. I mean, Edgar Rice Burroughs says they're naked. It looks like they actually are. Um, but you gotta take that with a grain of salt. We were talking about that on the phone the other night, Meyer. Back then, women went to the beach dressed complete, covering every inch of right down to their ankles, and so, like the Indians, the Native Americans, they would call them naked savages, but they weren't naked. They covered the naughty bits, but they called them naked. That was just the way Victorian minds thought. So when he describes everyone on Mars as being naked, he means they are covered somewhat, but really, this is where everything comes from. Um, I mean, everything comes from this. Flash Gordon, Star Wars, Superman. It all comes from this character, and he's not shown with a red cape here, but John Carter usually has a red cape, but now I can't prove it because I don't see it on a cover. But trust me, he does. And that really what he was doing. Burroughs was going back to Greek mythology, going back to the source of all these stories, going back to mythology. And um, in combat in ancient times, they didn't wear clothes. They went into battle naked. And that's because fabric, if you received a sword cut and the fabric, little bits of the fabric got into your wound, it would become, I guess, infected and kill you. So it's better to get a sword, to be cut by a sword, but not get any of that clothing into. Is that correct, Meyer? You were a medic. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think I've heard that before.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, okay, here's Lana of Gathol. Yeah, I guess I should put them by company, and then maybe I've got full runs by different companies. I think that's what Graphic Man had done. Here's the Avenger, and this is the same. Some Kenneth Robeson, Doc Savage. But you notice if you look carefully, that's Steve Holland. It's the same model that posed for all the paintings, James Bama paintings of Doc Savage. He's
Right.
posing as the Avenger as well. So, but the Avenger did not take off like Doc Savage did. Here's another Lee. I'm so used to saying Lay Brackett, and Meyer corrected me about a month ago that it's Lee Brackett, and he's actually correct. But since in my mind I've been saying Lay Brackett, um, but I mean I
I know
guess it's
that.
like Vivian Lee, in Gone with the Wind. Her name was spelled like that, and it's pronounced Lee.
I have a
I don't know
cousin
why I
who
wanted to call her Lay Brackett. Maybe because I was thinking of Princess Leia because she wrote The Empire Strikes Back. I don't know.
for me, I grew up. I have an older cousin, and her name is Lee with the same spelling. So I grew up with knowing the
So,
name.
so you cheated.
Yes.
Okay, here's another great writer, A. Merritt, that no one remembers, but you should. The great thing about the old comic stores, it was only comic books and books like this. It was comic books and science. That's how Lone Star started. It was Lone Star Comics and science fiction. There were the science fiction paperbacks, and there were the comics, and that was it. There was no Magic the Gathering hadn't even been thought of. Dungeons and Dragons, Funko Pops, all that. Here's another one that I don't, that might be a little too provocative. I don't, did he show this last night? I don't know. Could have done. Oh, here's where Buck Rogers came from. This is the novel that um, Armageddon 2419 AD. The back cover is more of a conventional science fiction cover. This is more, I don't know if I was, it's more, I don't know. I like that better. I would have reversed the covers. Oh well. Conan the Wanderer. Half the time I say Conan, and then I'll say Conan, and I'll say Tarzan, and I'll say Tarzan, and I'll vary back and forth. I think both are correct. Maybe I'm wrong. Here's another E. Doc Smith, another Lensman. Let's put that with that stuff.
Yeah, Trap Planetary is actually not part of the Lensman stories, but they nowadays when they reprinted it, say it's a prequel.
I don't know. It says first
There's
of the Lensman series.
yeah, because
They're lying.
the Arisians show up in the story, but there are the agency they don't have actually have the Lensman device.
Oh my gosh. Well, then you're correct. Let's see. The Warlord of Mars. All right. Here's a book of John Goris illustrations. He sent me one of his sketchbooks. It's, I think I've shown this before. It's just one, nothing but skulls.
Oh,
That's a cherished possession. Uh, here's Ayn Rand. Look, it's what what inspired Steve Ditko. Okay, Mickey Spillane. More Mickey Spillane.
You can
Mickey
never have
Spillane
too
started
much.
in, he was a friend with Stan Lee. He started in the old Atlas comics in the early 50s, writing
No,
text
no,
stories.
in the early 40s at Timely.
Early 40s? I thought it was the
Yeah,
early 50s. Okay, Paula's
after
right.
the war, he wasn't there anymore.
Oh my gosh, I'm wrong. Look, oh, that's right. By early 50s, he was doing those books. Here's
Yeah, because
a novelization of Land. I'm sorry?
Mickey Spillane still wrote some of the superheroes.
Yeah, Land of the
He
Giants.
he created what was the name of the character? Not Corporal Dix. Jeff Buster Johnson.
Okay. This is a novelization of a comic book that Ron Goulart. See, it's this is not reprints of comics. This is text. You never see this. I don't know where to put this. I've all I've done is made a big mess on top of a pinball machine, but I guess things will be more organized. This also has links with comics. Um, he's appeared in comic books. I think he was in one of the EC science fiction comics. Am I correct? And then I think he was also in the Warren. Am I right or wrong? I don't know. Somebody.
I don't know.
Wild Wild West.
I love that show.
Yes, indeed. Um, Swords and Sorcery. This is a collection of
Cool
swords
cover.
and sorcery stories. Fritz Lieber. Oh, that's Virgil Finlay illustration. Are there illustrate? Man, the print gets smaller and smaller every time I look at these paperbacks. The people must have had amazing eyes back in those days. Here's another book about Edward Gein. Where did I had a section of psycho stuff. Where did I put that? Where's my psycho books? Oh well, put that there. Okay, this is what I've pulled so far. But I'm getting organized. That now I can see that I have a ridiculous amount of the same books. It's like this book. They're trying to claim Errol Flynn was a Nazi. Ridiculous. Oh, here's another Star Trek book that needs to be with my Star Trek books. This was the first episode of Star Trek I ever saw. I think that's a good introduction to the series, Devil in the Dark. That's the first episode that I sat down and watched, and it blew my mind how good it was. Here's more Mickey Spillane. I don't know if I want to be pulling Mickey Spillane right now. There's more Shadow. Oh, here's the original edition of Making of Star Trek. More Mickey Spillane. His covers were always pretty provocative. There's another one. What's new, Mr. Magoo without a cover? Okay, all right, fantastic. G8 and his Battle Aces. Shadow. Okay. Honey West. McShane. This is fun to read. It's the original novel that it was written by the people that made the 1933 King Kong. It came out at the same time as the 33 King Kong. It's the novelization. Well, maybe they wrote it about the time that the movie was being made. I don't really know, but it's from the 30s. I've never read this Patton book. Why have I not ever read this? When would he have written it? Because he died right as the war ended. He wasn't writing it during the war. Was this written before World War II? Let's see.
Was it really written by him?
Let's see. Now in these fascinating and frank memoirs, maybe they took it from like a diary or something. Patton speaks out with intense personal feelings about the Second World War. Okay, I don't think he was writing a book during the world. I think this is just his writings. He was he was a guy that wrote poetry and everything, and this is probably him. Yeah, they got rid of him real quick when the war ended because he was saying, "Hey, we're fighting the wrong people. We need to team up with the Germans, go after these Russians." It's like, okay, yeah, he didn't live long after that. Here's the Frederick Wortham book, The Show of Violence. He continued on after. This is late 60s. He's mentioning Richard Speck, all the violence going on in society. And here's another one from Frederick Wortham. No, it isn't. It's from Arnold Arnold. See, Arnold. Violence in your child. But it
What was
talks about.
Richard Speck? Didn't Richard Speck have the same tattoo as Bart Simpson or something, or wasn't it similar? Wasn't Richard Speck's tattoo like "Born to Kill" and on his arm, and didn't Bart Simpson have like a tattoo that wasn't there like something? I feel like there should
It
have
could
been.
be,
If there
but
wasn't, there should have been. That would have been fun.
But one thing that let me show you this, and I'll tell you one Simpsons thing. See, it says horror comics. Do you see there?
Oh yeah,
So,
brutality on TV.
Your child is in danger. Okay, if you look at the side of Homer Simpson's head, there's like an M that's supposed to be hair, and then his ear is a G. It's MG. It's the initials of Matt Groening. Look at any drawing of Homer Simpson. It says MG on the side of his head.
Okay.
So, okay. Well, has anyone else got something to show? I think I'm hogging stuff today.
No, I'll be going to bed.
I'm making a sandwich.
Oh, are you? Yeah. What time is it there in Portugal?
1:20.
Oh, crap. Yeah. Well, that's probably time to go to bed. What have you been doing lately? Have you been writing articles?
Yeah, I did two car reviews for the magazine. Still looking for a permanent job. I need to have a permanent job in order to, because without a permanent job, there's no point in being a freelancer because I pay more in taxes than I make money. So I need to have a permanent job so that takes care of Social Security.
Oh boy, isn't it horrible how the government just turns us into slaves? And it's like, well, if you want to get money from us, you'd better not. They try to keep people, at least in this country, living off the dole. And if you get a job, well, then your government money ends, and so people don't want to get jobs. And then they just rely on the government as their daddy, and then vote for whatever side says they'll continue to give them a free ride. I don't know. Well, anyway, yeah. Well, what cars did you review?
The Nissan X-Trail hybrid. The, the X-Trail hybrid is not for sale in the U.S., but it needs to be available in Europe because of emissions controls. And the new Fiat 600e, which is an electric car, compact SUV crossover.
So is Portugal kind of trying to force everybody to go electric? Does that sound?
Yeah, well, the European Union had announced that a few years ago that no new no new passenger automobiles with combustion engines would be available for sale at beginning 2030.
Well,
They're now scaling that back to 2035 because the car manufacturers finally understood that 80% of the market's going to be gone if they don't have gas-powered cars.
How are people going to afford these cars?
They can't, but that's also part of the degrowth. The idea is you don't need a car; it's a luxury.
Oh yeah,
Take
they
the bus
want us to
instead.
live in these 15-minute cities where you walk everywhere,
Hmm.
or live like in a
Well,
little pod, like in the Matrix.
yeah, but this is Europe. It's impossible. You will live 2 hours from where you work.
Okay, what about? I know you need to go to sleep, but today Trump at a press conference was saying something I'd never heard before, that they want all these trucks to be electric, but it increases their weight. And he said you'd have to rebuild every bridge in the country because they won't take the weight of these electric trucks. Is that correct?
Yes, because of the batteries.
So maybe that's one way to get people back to work, rebuilding bridges. So, uh, look, I've created a lot of new jobs.
Yeah, batteries make a normal vehicle of this, make a vehicle of that size and function about 40% heavier.
That's what he said. And they'll probably do a fact check. Trump was lying again. What about the electricity to charge them? Where does the electricity come from? It just comes out of the air like Tesla? I mean,
No, you are going to become more eco-friendly by cutting down woods and putting solar panels everywhere. That's the
oh
new
my.
eco-friendly. Forests are forests are polluted now.
So so it's really all lunacy, right? I mean, do you
Yes,
agree that it's all lunacy?
these
It
people are
can't.
insane.
It can't. People are eventually going to rebel. I mean, people are going to realize this is nuts.
You
Don't
don't
you
even need to
think this?
rebel. The thing is, all the guys, all the people who are investing in creating solar plant farms, they're only doing so because the governments are paying them to do so. But as soon as the incentives are gone, you won't be able to build those. So so you want energy, you have to go back to hydro or at least get coal power plants. Of course, it's the usual. Nobody's talking about nuclear because Chernobyl. When there's a generation of people who have never heard of Chernobyl.
Yeah. 3 Mile Island as well here in this country. Yeah, and wow, incredible. Well, um, yeah, it's nuts, man. It's just incredibly nuts. So what Trump was saying was correct. That's what I assumed, and they don't want to believe it. But anyway, I'll let you get to bed, and hopefully I'll see you soon.
No problem.
So
I'll
see
try.
you.
If you show up on Saturday, I'll see if I'm around. Because on Saturday afternoons, I'm usually at my parents' house because we may be doing a family thing. But even if we're not, I stay there. And my dad's computer is 7 years older than mine, and mine's not new. So it can't. If it connects to the internet, it freezes everything.
Oh, so you're saying if you're at your parents, you won't be able to
Yeah,
come on? Oh, okay.
yeah.
Fine.
I've tried it a few times, remember, and I'm always freezing, so I would
Yeah.
have to come back home.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
But I'll try if I can.
I might do it Saturday. I don't really know yet. I might. But
Mhm.
anyway, it'd be nice to see you. Take care.
Okay, see you later.
Bye.
Well,
I guess Kevin disappeared while I was showing 40 million books, or maybe he closed and went home.
I don't know if
Uh,
does he close at 5 or 6.
I don't
Maybe he
know, but
closed
I can't figure it out. He's on your time zone. I mean, he's not in. He's the same time as you. What time is it for you right now?
5:28.
Yeah, I don't think he's closed yet. No, I don't think so. Haven't I shown these books like 4 times? Um, I feel like I have. This is based on the TV show. I'm gonna put it with this. Here's a library edition where they would cut the cover off and glue it
Yeah, I
to a
love that.
hardcover and cut the
Yep,
back cover off and glue it and to make it more, a book that you could check out from the library where, people checking out a paperback book, they'd destroy it because people don't know how to handle books.
that's
So
great.
that's
You have that. I love those.
A Cool Million and the Dream Life of Balso Snell.
Never heard of it.
2 comic novels of genius by the author of The Day of the Locust and Miss Lonely Hearts, Nathaniel West. In all honesty, I have not read this, which is otherwise I would. I was told it's a good book. And so it's one of those books I thought, well, I'll read that when I retire. Now I'm retired, but I'm not really retired because I'm still working because of Obama, but that's okay. Because you notice I don't say Biden because Biden's not in charge. He thought he was. And Trump was saying that Biden is really mad right now that he was forced out. It was a coup, and it's just amazing because we thought we were better than these other countries, and I guess we're just the same. Oh boy, let's see here, man. If not worse. Okay, here's some more E. Doc Smith. Oh boy. So, when do you think you'll be at your new place that you haven't even discovered yet?
By mid-September.
Okay, that's good. They're saying that's going to be a rough time. The people are saying that, but that claim they know things are saying that. Let's see. You were talking about this.
Yeah, there it is.
I may only have this one
The
book.
first book.
This is Barry Sadler, the guy that sang um, the Ballad of the Green Berets, which was a big hit in 1966, before the masses turned on the Vietnam War, and he was this good-looking Green Beret guy that sang that patriotic song and all that. And it anyway, Casca is my recollection. He was a Roman soldier. He was the Roman soldier that pierced Jesus's side to see if he was still alive while he was on the cross, and he was cursed to like live forever and fight in every war battle that happened. So it's like it like you might have a Casca story. There's a whole series of books, and in each they're all in different wars, but it's the same guy. He just like alive forever.
Very
Wandering.
popular book at the PX, at the Army PX in the mid '80s. Those were selling off the. They were
Oh,
everywhere.
I could imagine. Yeah.
That's where I first saw him. That's where I saw the book, was at Fort Bragg. Everybody's reading it in the barracks.
Yeah. Understanding Moo. This is like a book that David Wilcock would probably enjoy reading. The Startling Theories of James Churchward. The first book of its kind, a modern guide to understanding the ancient lost civilization of Mu. This is the kind of stuff that, that would have filled the minds of Robert E. Howard, and Lovecraft. They'd be reading stuff like this about ancient civilizations. And yeah, buddy. I don't know. It kind of reminds me of Commandy here. So he doesn't have the long flowing Thor here. Let's see. The Vampire Affair, Man from Uncle. I'll put that with my TV books. Whatever became of, this is part of the nostalgia wave of the 70s. Whatever happened to these people you used to know from sports and the movies? That was aimed at people in their 50s that had grown up in the 30s. There was this is cool looking. Understanding Tolkien and the Lord of the Rings. Look at that. That was is that art actually done by Tolkien? This kind of art?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because that's the type of art that was on the early editions.
It was.
Yeah, here they are.
Honestly, it reminds me of hippies of the early '70s. When I look at that, it reminds me of my brother and his friends. He's like,
oh yeah. These are the books he would have had.
Yes.
The few cool books that he had were these, right?
Yes, and I thought of something the other day too. You asked me about what the other thing that he introduced me to was Kurt Vonnegut Jr. He was reading that book, Breakfast of Champions, and I saw that book and I thumbed through it and I saw that there were these illustrations every 3 or 4 or 5 pages, and I read like a little bit of it and I was like, this looks really cool. So the first Kurt Vonnegut I read was Breakfast of Champions that I got from him. And then he had, ended up becoming one of my favorite authors. But yeah, this is what he was reading as well.
I flashed to the Wacky Package parody of Wheaties, and it was like, and it said breakfast of chimpanzees. I don't know. These sometimes, I thought that was so funny when I was in 3rd grade. Breakfast of chimpanzees.
That is pretty funny.
What's in this one here? Oh, there was a Get Smart. There was Get Smart books. Let's see. I can't.
Get Smart was a popular show. Remember when Get Smart was on TV? Like what, about 1969, 1970? Was it still on right around then? I feel like
it was still on, I think, that late. Yeah. Here's another copy of A Princess of Mars.
The teenagers in my household were into Get Smart when I was about 5. Like they were, they watched every episode. My older sisters and my cousins.
Well, it was here's I guess the first one of the series. It started off, the cool thing about that show, it started off, it's a James Bond parody that was done by Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner, and it it I've got several versions of this. Um, the thing about it, ooh, this would be in Edgar Casey's Story of Jesus.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Um, there's stuff in here. My my wife hasn't even seen all these books, and she's gonna flip when she sees them all. Oh, here's another version of Escape on Venus. Um, yeah. Oh well, what I
That guy's
always
name
heard.
Carson Napier. That's his name, Carson Napier.
Yeah. Here's an unusual one that I don't know if he showed last night.
I
Um,
have that one. Yeah, it's import, British
yeah,
import.
it's an import. Look at this picture of him on the back. He's got a glow, an ethereal glow around his head.
Yeah,
That's
he's like
cool.
a war correspondent, like in
Yeah.
Hawaii or something after Pearl Harbor.
There's a Lost on Venus. Man, I got so much. I thought, man, he's got so much. It turns out I got a lot of shit too, man. Okay, so all right. Well, I couldn't tell. You might know better than me, having been in the military. But what I've been told is that um, Don Adams, who played Maxwell Smart, is playing this kind of dim-witted secret agent,
Right.
but he's not a bad secret agent. I mean, he's kind of dim-witted, but when he's in action, because Don Adams had been, don't get me lying, I think he was a Marine in World War II. And they said, if you know about weapons, you can tell that this is not just some stand-up comedian that they gave a gun to. You could tell he's handling the weapons very well and properly, and the fight scenes are very well done. I but I wouldn't be able to tell that someone is how well they're handling a weapon. I when I'm around people that know weapons, and we're like, I remember when we were watching The Terminator in, what was that, 1985, 86, in the movie theater. I was sitting there with my friend Tom and his older brothers. His older brother was a class blah blah machine gun dealer, and they went off the machine gun shoots and everything. And my friend Tom said, he's reloading the gun. It's like they're usually in Hollywood movies, they just keep firing, and it's like you could actually see, oh, they're actually having to reload. That's interesting. People that know see that stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was yeah, I was like, get smart. The opening of I don't know if it was only the first. I think they shortened the opening credit sequence, because when the first episode, you know, um, you're looking at uh, Maxwell Smart runs up. He's in his car. He's screeching around the corner, right? And he pulls up to the headquarters, and then he marches up, and then he goes through slamming door after slamming door until he goes down in the phone booth. Um, but in the original opening credits, it's a little bit longer. He jumps into his sports car, and he races off, and then he makes a U-turn and parks on the other side of the street, exactly a few feet away from where he was originally parked, just pointing the opposite direction, and then charges out of his car and goes into the headquarters. It's just ridiculous that he charges off so quickly. It just turns around just to put his car pointing the other way so he can walk like 15 less feet. It was that was really funny. I didn't ever remember that opening, but I saw that on YouTube. So The heck is this? Oh, never mind. Man. So this is what I found so far as burrows. Well, this is burrows too, is sort of. All right. Now I'll put it back into the shelves in some semblance of order, I guess. Anyway, Charlton66, thank you so much for what you sent. That's a wonderful surprise. Well, I knew it was coming. It's a wonderful gift. And Kevin, if you're watching, at some point, I'll make another order. Oh, they're showing a Spider-Man comic here on the show on the other channel. Oh, they're showing some cool stuff. They've got the Marvel Spider-Man magazine there. They were trying to market Spider-Man to an older crowd, like a college crowd that, wears cologne and stuff. Um, and it only lasted 2 issues. One was black and white, one was color. I got both of them somewhere, but did you ever see that magazine?
No, I mean, I know it exists, but I've never owned it, and I never saw it, like,
Yeah.
available for me to buy.
Yeah,
I've never had friends that had it.
Yeah, this is the psychotronic squirt gun guy here. And I think half our audience is over there watching this channel. This is like the big new thing, psychotronic squirt gun. So I think they do claim sales where they have $2 comics on certain days, and then they're just showing new comics in their collection. This is and he's a musician. He does some kind of, I don't know if I've heard his music, but anyway, I know there are people that watch both shows at the same time. So let's see what people are saying here in the. I haven't been reading anything. Great Legend Show says, I'm back. Hope all is well in the hotel. The finished housework looks beautiful. Then he says, yes, once the great disappearance happens, also known as the rapture of Christians, then everyone will take the mark of the beast and live in the 15-minute cities. End times prophecy, believe in Jesus and avoid this. The 15-minute cities, was that prophesied? But it's what they're trying to do. But I'm already in one. I can walk to anything in 15. But Paulo is preaching the future, says Great Legend. And then he says, Meyer, that looks like a homemade Dagwood brother. You got Blondie around there? What is he talking about?
Oh, I was eating a sandwich right here.
Oh, oh, okay, all right. Yeah, well, yeah, that does look good. I'm starting to get hungry. Great Legend. So she says, I got to go for now. My son needs help with some computer software. Please remember to check the chat, Mr. Gratu. Meyer, let him know, because sometimes Gratu forgets to check the chat. Take care, brother. Yeah, I do. Just because I'm on a telephone, man. I think I missed a lot of chatter or chat. Is it wrong to call it chatter? I don't know.
I got this new
I
Silver
shared
Surfer
on.
action figure from Kevin today.
Oh,
Nice.
let's see what you got. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty elegant looking.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
I've got a magnetic one, but it's hard to keep him posed. And
Yeah, this one's not magnetic. I wish it was, but it's pretty good looking.
Yeah,
With a bunch of hands and some blast effects. It's pretty good.
yeah. Kevin's saying that's a great figure. What?
Who said that?
The guy that sold it to you, Kevin. Oh, you already got the police comics.
I got this today.
Oh,
but
man,
yeah, the Silver Surfer is a great figure. If you're a fan and you're looking for one, it's got really good articulation. See this on the back, like his arms will go anywhere, and
yeah,
you can assume any surfing pose just about. I just have him doing like a Frankie Avalon longboard pose, like beach blanket bingo.
And then you just
Kinda
set him down
What's that?
Oh, it is magnetic, or is there a little
a
pegs?
peg hole on it. There's a
Oh, okay. I see. Well, that's cool. The one I've got has a little, maybe a little part of an asteroid with a little thing that comes up, and then it has the surfboard where you can position the surfboard different ways, and then he's magnetic on it. But it never really quite works to me. Um, um, well, that's cool. So you just got those two things?
Yeah, just that new Police Comics and that Silver Surfer.
Yeah, that Police Comics is going to be part of my next order. Did you see the new Atlas hardcover book he got?
Yeah, I won all three of those. I don't have any of them yet. That new one, that
Oh,
space one, looks huge. It looks great. I want the Venus too, and the horror one as well. I just
yeah,
haven't bought.
they're fantastic, man. Um, great.
I'll start buying again once I get settled in a month or so. Once I'm
Yeah,
settled into the new place, then I'll find out how much money I spent and how much I have left, and start my budget back up again and figure out how it's going to work up there differently. And we'll see. What's
mm.
he say?
There's a Deadpool sea monkey ad in the new Marvel books this week. Huh. Well, so have you or has your son looked around for possible places that maybe would be good?
Yeah, yeah. I have got a couple places in mind, and then also other options, and there are a couple other sources that will available to help me find places as well.
At what point are you gonna go or have him pick you up and take you there to like scout places and actually look at them? When is it? It's too early to do that, I guess.
Real soon, but it's too early at this point. Yeah, I'm still waiting. I'm still timing it. I'm still looking. You know, lining it
Yeah.
up.
This guy, Easy Comic Reader, is from South Texas, and he's kind of sounds like Wolfman Jack. And he shows the comics he shows are he has really good taste in comics. Um I don't know if he's someone that ever watches this show, but I know I see his name on other shows. Um, yeah, he's always got the coolest comics and the coolest toys. Um, but he reminds me of Wolfman Jack a little bit. Let's see. My friend was just set up at a convention in Grass Valley. Where's Grass Valley? Is that where you're going?
Yeah,
Oh, they have conventions there?
I didn't know that. Apparently they do. I didn't know
Oh,
that.
well. Well, at least there's interesting stuff that's going to happen in that
Well, there's
town.
a lot of interesting stuff there. It's the home of Bud Plant. It's where Bud
Oh,
Plant has always been. It's Bud Plant, the
and Bud
headquarters of
Plant
Bud Plant.
do they have a storefront?
Not anymore. Now it's all over the internet, but they've got a main location, but not a storefront. But still there.
So,
But
Bud Plant,
there's a lot of other bookstores, comic stores, record stores there. It's a like I told you, it's kind of like it's a resort slash retirement community, and so it's like probably half retirees, and then the other half are these young people that work in regular service work, and then also kind of like upscale, like boutique shops and stuff.
well, Bud Plant
How to describe it.
was like it started kind of in the underground, right? It was
Yeah,
kind of a hippie underground thing. So, is
he was
there
the
kind
first
of a
one of the first underground distributors, like Bud Plant
so
Comics.
this town, does it have kind of a feeling kind of like Austin used to be, where it's kind of a counterculture, not kind of a underground
100%.
hippie, kind of
That's
nice
exactly what
hippies?
it is. It's a bluegrass place as well. There's got a huge bluegrass music scene. It's got a closed down main street that cars can't drive down, that's preserved still in the Wild West era, because the town was founded in 1851. They discovered a huge gold deposit there, and it was one of the main routes from the mountains to Sacramento to San Francisco. on the northern route, it was coming through Grass Valley, and like the Donner Party, the people that ate each other, they're
Yeah.
they're further east, and so they're the route that the Donner Party would have took, or eventually the route that it came in, when they got to their dead bodies and stuff, went through Grass Valley to Sacramento and then to San Francisco. So there's a lot of old Victorians there and a lot of old money there. So the downtown area looks like a small San Francisco, and it's real hippie, real granola, real. But at the same time, it leans right politically. It's a red spot on the. It's a red county.
Okay, well, that's interesting. So the main street is like a museum, like a
Main Street looks
outdoor
like Main
museum.
Street in Disneyland. It's
Yeah. Have they ever filmed any
there's
movies
not a
there?
piece of trash anywhere. There's not. It's all clean. It's all pristine, and it's all the shops. It kind of looks like, I don't know where you've been, but it looks like Carmel or like Santa
I've
Barbara,
I've never
but
been to
not.
California.
Yeah. So it's kind of an upscale thing.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, not much.
I didn't even have the link, and I was able to get in.
Oh, I wonder how that happened.
The window was still open on my phone, and I just went in there.
Oh,
And
okay. Yeah, all right.
I hit back, the back
Oh,
button.
okay. I guess you never really left then. Yeah, I wasn't sure what had happened to you. Did you find any old comics in the back?
Just stuff that you've already seen. I haven't found any new stuff.
Oh, uh,
Yeah, I started just organizing stuff. Still have these.
oh boy, yeah.
Oh yeah.
What was the deal with that Captain Marvel? Was it what's?
It's
Oh,
completely
it was. Yeah, I thought you weren't selling that. I thought that was like something you were keeping.
well, it's completely ripped. I doubt anybody would buy it.
Oh, it's just one page. Just the cover is ripped.
Yeah, because they taped these covers onto the back of
Right.
the Wheaties.
What's it priced at?
I think I priced it before I saw that big rip in it.
Oh, okay. Well, um,
Hey Kevin, was your friend set up at Booktown in Grass Valley?
It was this past weekend, probably.
Because my son told me that makes sense. So my son said that they had a lot sale or something at Booktown in downtown Grass Valley, and it's like a large bookstore that's almost set up like a consignment store where there's different tables,
Yeah,
and they sell
he has
comics in there and books, and
yeah.
it's
He's
kind
set
of
up. He's set up in one of those. His stores in one of those.
that's probably that exact spot because it's the
And then,
biggest one, and my son buys all kinds of great stuff there. Like he
yeah,
wow.
showed me his haul from last week. It was really good.
yeah.
Kevin,
It's
is
like
that for sale? The
Called
it's like
Roger Hill?
Booktown
Nevada,
in Grass Valley. Yeah.
Is that
Nevada
for?
It's
County or
right.
something.
It's right near the bank. Remember when we looked at that video I
Yeah,
made? We were talking about where that big old bank building is. It's right down the street from the bank.
yeah.
Is that book for sale? The Roger Hill catalog?
No, this was a gift somebody gave me.
Okay. All right. All right. I was just wondering because
I can
that's
make
cool.
You want me to make copies?
Let's see.
Well, that might be a good coloring page. Imagine giving that to kids to color.
I could
Here,
do that on Halloween.
um,
My
even
kids would
then, that's
love
a
to
little
see that.
that's a
Oh, I would
little too
love to see
horrifying. The problem with one of the things that made these pre-code horror comics so horrifying
That
is
catalog.
these were these artists drawing that stuff
Gotta
were
have it.
were probably in their early 30s and had been in World War II and seen that shit for real. And that face, that's probably a face that artist saw in World War II. Oh my God, look at all this great stuff you got
it.
here.
Is this all your stuff, Kevin? Like, are we at the house or are we still at the shop?
No, we're still at the shop, but just
Those
some stuff.
Spider-Mans are stuff you're keeping, right?
This is a
Yeah.
great.
Sprouty's on it, boys.
Yeah,
Don't
because
show
I
Sprouty.
that yellow Spider-Man cut with the lizard, but he says no. I'm trying to build a collection. So I said, well, if you get another one, keep me in mind.
Yeah, that's that Will Eisner baseball comics. That's cool.
Oh, I've seen pictures of that.
You can
Is that
see
a
some of it.
reproduction?
Yeah, it's neat.
Yeah, that's cool. Kitchen sink did it.
Yeah.
It's
I
like a '90s comic, I
Color
think.
on the side, too.
Oh yeah, this is your personal stash you're keeping. That's Stan Lee on the cover. For those of you that don't know it.
Yeah.
Uh,
What was that chamber? Oh, let me see it.
Number 8.
Let me see it. Fridays in the Peanut Gallery. Woo woo! Give a shout out. Can I get
Frosty.
up? Oh, hell yeah.
yeah, the heap.
Oh, how's the secret? Oh, come on now. Don't tease the Peanut Gallery.
Who's talking, man?
Customer friend guys here.
Oh
Sprout.
yeah,
Sprouty.
yeah, yeah.
He
The
knows
peanut
about the
gallery's
peanut
not
gallery.
here, man.
Yeah, he knows about the peanut gallery.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't know about the peanut gallery you guys are talking about.
Oh, okay. Was that the first issue of Ripley's with the shrunken head?
I think it's number 2.
Oh, number 2. Yeah, I've got that one. That's a great that should be on a comic wall. If I had one, that'd be on the comic wall.
It should be blown up and be a wrap on a Tesla Cybertruck.
Yeah. that car that what's the name of that young guy that interviewed Trump the other day that gave him a car?
Aiden Ross. Yeah.
I
There
mean,
you go.
there's no way Trump would ever drive. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Trump would never drive that car. Can you imagine Trump driving a car with a picture of
I
himself?
don't think he drives anything but golf carts. I don't think that he
He
drives
doesn't
cars.
even know how to drive. I don't think.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, what
Yeah,
I
I don't
mean
think he
is
knows how to
ride
drive.
in it. Yeah, it also
Yeah.
looked
Like
very cramped. Like
he's like Richie Rich. He never even learned how to drive. Probably just been a chauffeur his whole life.
yeah, I don't know. You could be right.
Mama. I always think Trump has a dog.
There's Creature.
Yeah, Biden had a dog that was chewing up all the Secret Service agents, and then the dog knocked Biden down and like broke his leg or something. It's like then the dog went to the retirement farm. Uh, but everyone says, "Oh, it's so nice that Biden there's a pet back in the White House, and it's chewing up everyone."
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like the Nixons had like checkers or something. It's like this totally meek little like Springer Spaniel, and then the Bidens show up with like a giant attack dog that is like
It's
trained by like
probably it's probably the dog that was in the Omen that gave birth to Damien, or was that a
Right.
wolf? That was a wolf, wasn't it?
I thought it was a Rottweiler. I thought there was a Rottweiler in Damien.
Well, I remember there was a Rottweiler that was watching over Damien. It seems like as he was growing up, but it seems
Yeah.
like at the very beginning they there was a wolf or something that was
Oh,
buried, and that was they said that was the mother of him or
oh, yeah,
something
you're
like.
right. Yeah.
I don't remember. That was a while back, huh?
Yeah. I don't know. My theory about those Biden dogs is that they're not pets. That's the reason why they're biting the Secret Service, and it is that they're not actually pets. They're actually personal security attack dogs that aren't really bonded with anybody. Do you understand what I'm saying? And aren't really
Yeah.
handled correctly. So they're just reacting because they're poorly trained and poorly handled. But that's just my theory because it's the Biden crime family.
Well, I think they exist just to make people say, "Oh, the Bidens have a pet." I don't think that Biden interacts with them or pets them or loves them. I think he's a total mercenary. Yeah. Yeah. So the show that's on right now, it's yeah. I don't know. It's counter programming. It's all right. Let's see how many people they got watching them. Let's see. It's gonna be more than us. Let's see. They got 14 watching. We've got 9 watching, man. So they got the superior programming over there.
You want to start? You want me to pull out another box and we can see if we can suck some viewers off of there?
Yeah,
Drain them over
because I think
here.
if you don't show comic books, the people rebel. The little
But yeah, if I
babies that
start
need to
showing
see
comics,
comic
like
books.
maybe we can entice them to come back over here, and then once they're over here, we can stop showing comics again.
That's all right. You know, it's okay. Yeah, yeah. Show some. I'd love to see some more
All
comics.
right, hold on. Let me grab the box. I don't know what it's probably not going to be any very good. We'll just see. It's random.
I like random, man. That's the way to go. I just realized that background that I clicked on moves, doesn't it? Isn't it moving? The little blue. That's kind of neat,
Well, yeah, I don't know.
like a lava lamp. Let me see if there's. Let me try other ones. Well, I'm hitting the wrong stuff. Thank you. Be right back. Welcome. Look at all this lame shit. The heck? Oh, Zimbla. Isn't that what I got Paulo to do a feature on Zimbla?
Yeah, you did.
That was Paulo's best performance ever. Zimbla. Okay. Oh, how do I get rid of this? Man, hold on. I'll go get rid of this picture that was appearing. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Where was that blue back? Okay, we'll go back to this. Wait, what's this? Does this move? What do you guys think? That's pretty good too. I like this one. Okay, you got comics?
Yeah, I got comics.
She looks like she's looking at you very disapprovingly behind you.
Yeah, yeah.
She's looking down on you with scorn. Yeah, I have that issue, I think.
Okay, that's not bad, right? Yeah, this is John Byrne on Captain America,
Yeah.
early '80s, I guess, right?
Oops. I'm
Al
sorry.
Milgrom. I never liked Al Milgrom really much, very much.
Yeah, you know, with the Hulk, I like the Hulk to have short hair. I don't like it when he had that long, shaggy hair. I like the Hulk of the mid '60s where he's got a controlled haircut.
Right.
Because I figure his hair length should be the same as when he's Bruce Banner. His hair shouldn't grow out and then grow back into his scalp when he turns back to Bruce Banner. But that's my philosophy.
Mike Zeck.
Yeah.
Dr. Octopus.
Yeah, some of those I don't have. What are we looking at? Late '80s here?
Yeah. Let's see. No, early '80s. It's 1981.
Oh, yeah, that's yeah. Who was drawing the interior at that time
Mike,
of
I think
those?
it's Mike Zeck. It's Mike Zeck.
I was buying Captain America. I just don't recognize any of these issues. I must not have
Mike
been
Zeck
buying
had
it.
moved over from Master of Kung Fu, I think.
Oh, okay. I just don't think I was buying Captain America at this time period. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I was enjoying these issues. I like this run. This is everything we're looking at was bought by me off of the stand at the comic shop
Yeah.
when I was a kid in Monterey. 8th, 9th, 10th grade, I think is what we're looking at here.
Well, while you were deployed, where did these comics where did they stay when during your career in the military and stuff?
At my mom's house inside of a closet.
Okay.
At that point, I had 4 long boxes. So my collection when I left for the Army was 4 long boxes, and it was that and a couple other small boxes,
Okay.
like 2 boxes about the size of a short box. that had all of my other stuff in it, like my paperbacks and my few corgi toys or action figures. It all was in, it all fit into like the back of a small closet in my mom's house, and it
So,
stayed there until I got out.
so nothing enough to get in the way where a mother might be tempted to do
No,
something about it.
she respected all of my stuff. She knew that all of this was important to me.
Yeah,
She
that's
was
the cool type
keeping,
of mom to have. And then she was buying stuff for you she thought you might like, right? Like, what was it, like He-Man magazines and stuff?
yeah, she bought me, like when I was a kid, like one of my first big back issue was that Hulk 102, the beginning of the Hulk run.
Yeah,
After, right, that, and it was $13 on the wall at the comic shop, and it was a big, big deal. I was like, can I? And she bought that for me, and like it was helping me start my collection. She was like, here's a one that's worth a bunch of money that can be the beginning of, it was like the cornerstone of my collection. And then after
yeah,
that, I really didn't buy back issues. They weren't available to us. I mean, really, I was just buying off the stands.
yeah. Well, that's a beautiful cover. And I love that Murray Severin art, and it's a pretty expensive book now. But I
Bro,
still
too.
don't understand. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to leave here in a little bit, but I just
Uh,
wanted to show you this Deadpool ad from. I made a copy of it.
oh, okay.
Huh.
You made a
There's more
copy so
reading on
people
this
don't have
ad
to
than
buy a Marvel comic to get it.
there's
Dead.
more reading on this ad than there was in the whole comic.
Yeah, really. Huh.
But these are little pieces of Deadpool. He cut himself into little chunks. He said.
Oh, okay. And all of them have little Deadpool faces on them.
Yeah, they all start growing into their own little Deadpools.
I like that little
Weird.
puffer Deadpool.
First appearance of Pufferpool right there.
That's it, Pufferpool.
Oh,
Is
and there's that one with the little light.
Oh yeah,
how
BT.
is this comic book? Is the comic book any good? I've never really read a Deadpool comic.
This wasn't even in a Deadpool comic. This is in a Black Panther Ultimate comic.
Well, yeah, I still am not quite sure what Deadpool even is. Is it a comic that has the F word in it all the time? Is it a
No,
comic with extreme gore?
they don't put the F word in there, but it's just jokes over and over and over the same jokes.
Yeah, so it's kind of obnoxious and meant for kind of stupid people.
Pretty bad, yeah. It's pretty bad.
Sorry, I'm making you insult your customers. I need
It's
to shut.
I always tell people to read it in when he's part of a team like the Thunderbolts or something, X
Yeah,
Force, something where he's just a little bit of comedy relief every once in a while instead of the whole book.
yeah, yeah, because he's just too much to take, right? It's just
Yeah,
it's
I've already heard it over and over and over, all the
yeah.
same.
The breaking the fourth wall stuff is very it's too much, man. I didn't mind in the old Superman comics. In the last panel, he'd turn and wink at the reader. Boy, Lois and Jimmy are sure stupid, but for it to be happening, and for that reason the She-Hulk comic was a little obnoxious too, although it was, I guess it was nice pinup art. I preferred the Savage She-Hulk when it was more like a real comic, and not just I liked it when she was more like the Hulk, with torn clothing, but she retained, I think, more of her intelligence. She was just angry. And then she had her own car with a She-Hulk license plate. That was cool. Um, um, the Halloween stuff is now up at Dollar General. It's not very good, high quality stuff, but I guess Halloween season is here. So is it closing time for your store?
I think so. Yeah, it's past.
Oh, okay. You close at 6?
Yeah, unless there's
Oh, yeah.
people in.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes after closing, so
Unless there's people in here, and then I'll stay open.
yeah. Well, there probably aren't if you turn the lights off.
Unless they're hiding somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looks like it's gonna storm out there.
Oh, well, that should be good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, your store is cool in the dark. You've got it where everything lights up really cool through the windows. Oh, the other show that comes on at the same time, Psychotronic Squirt Gun, went off. So maybe let's see if we get more people back. They stopped airing.
What were they doing? Comic book sales?
No, they just show off cool comics they've gotten. I think he does a claim sale. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I think he does it on Monday, and then he does it with this other guy on Saturday afternoons. But they sell comics for $2, so they're not selling. Well, sometimes they'll have like Harvey comics that are cool, but they're not selling. Super. They're not going to be selling much like Silver Age or something like that. But um, yeah, I don't know. I haven't really figured out their show, but they started exactly the same time as the show. That's all right. Uh,
There's this glow in the dark drink. I was charging it up outside, and it never worked.
oh, well, I don't know if you should be drinking glowing liquids.
No, but I've been saving it. I didn't want to throw it away, and then I was like, "Oh, I had a good idea." I was like, "I can put it in little beakers or something, and have glow in the dark liquid."
Yeah, there was this beatnik club in Fort Worth, and the Secret Service team for John F. Kennedy went into this club the night before Kennedy was shot, and they got really drunk and were really hungover when Kennedy went to Dallas the next morning from Fort Worth. But and this was all in a documentary about that place. It was called the Cellar Club, I think, or yeah, or was it the yeah, something like that. And they never released that documentary. I saw it at a film festival, but it never got really. It might have been because of what they revealed about the Secret Service was not in top peak performance. But that place would only give you liquor if they trusted you, and so they gave it obviously to the Secret Service, but they would put if you got real liquor, some people they would just give them stuff. They tell them it was alcohol, and sometimes they were like high school kids and they believed it was alcohol, and then they acted drunk because they thought they were drinking. But they could tell the people in the club that had real alcohol because they put something in the drink, and the club was filled with black light, and the drinks would glow. The ones that were alcoholic would actually glow, and then the ones that didn't, that was just fake alcohol, and those people were just thinking they were drunk because they were amateurs. But anyway, that's my story about glowing liquid. Oh my! What is that supposed to be?
One of the guys from Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Ouch.
Damn, that sounded painful. Yeah, everybody in the '70s had that same hair.
Yeah, these things keep getting in my way.
What the heck are you trying to build?
No,
Show me.
I took it down.
Is that the one that collapsed?
No, it didn't collapse. I'm just not using it anymore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't want this to collapse.
Oh yeah, look at that storm coming in. I hear a flagpole making noise. Sounds like.
Yeah, that one. The rope keeps hitting the pole.
Yeah, man, that is that looks pretty strong. Well,
I think I'm gonna call it quits.
yeah, I need to eat dinner. You had a sandwich, but I need to eat dinner, and then I need to
Yeah.
feed the cat. And yeah, I think this was a pretty good show. It was just.
Yeah.
Now I've got
Well,
a whole bunch of books on top of a pinball machine. Holy smoke! Let me see this thing.
that's the whole care that. Well, I like this whole Hulk. This is this
That's a
set.
good
Let me
figure.
show you the box real quick. This is pretty cool. This is this. They don't bill it as the first appearance Bruce Banner and Hulk, but they're wearing what they wear in Hulk #1.
Yeah,
And I think it made this regular movie with the white shirt and purple pants probably. But I got this one and I really like it. And what's cool is you can do this. Like you can set up this pose where you've got Banner kind of like this, like kind of bent over a little bit,
I
and
like
then you
that.
put the Hulk right behind him.
Oh, that's great.
And the shirt just is removable, but it just fits perfectly over there, right?
Yeah,
But I really like the hair, and then it
that's
comes
the way.
with another head that you can pop on there where he's showing his teeth.
Oh, that's great too. Yeah, the way Kirby drew the Hulk, that's the way I see the Hulk.
Yeah.
Is that a currently in production figure or is that old?
No, it's new. It's currently.
Is that hard to find or?
It came out last year. You can still find it.
It sounds like Kevin's in a hurricane, man.
I gotta move these garbage cans and I'll pull away.
Oh yeah, this. How often do you get storms like this?
And where I'm at, hardly ever because it like dissipates once it hits the city.
Hmm.
But like out in the desert, this is monsoon season.
Oh,
Storms will come in every night. Out in the desert, it rains like every night.
well, it'll clean your car off, I guess.
Do you guys have tarantulas, Kevin? You have tarantulas?
Yeah, like out in the desert, like once it gets like this out there, you'll see them walking across the road when it's about to rain. caught one
move
one
around. I
time.
know that they move around a lot depending on the temperature or the weather and the time of the year and stuff. And I've seen them where there'll be like 100 of them crossing the road at one time before.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just grab as many as you want right now out there.
Yeah, we used to
I
grab
found
them,
out
put
the
them
hard
inside of
way.
a, we would grab him and catch it, and put it inside of a cigarette box, and then just put it in your pocket, and then you've got a tarantula. Anytime you want to just pull out a tarantula, you've got a tarantula. You never know when you might
We
need
caught one and we brought it home and we put it in a bird cage. That was a mistake because those things can get out of a bird cage real easy.
Right.
Oh,
They can fit into like a little tiny hole, like in the desert. You'll see a
They
little
can
hole.
fit in through a crack in the ground.
Yeah, they come. The whole spider will come out of a little stand.
So this giant tarantula got through it. Yeah, it's getting dark out that way.
yeah.
It'll be nice to get all the athletes. Starts to rain, just to drop down.
Well, the 8 people that are loyal viewers that are watching us, I appreciate it. That stick with us. I imagine the other people will come. Let's see. Well,
Isn't this cool? This is the kind of personalized service you get at Gotham City Comics when you make an order from Kevin at Gotham City Comics. They'll send you a toy and there'll be a post-it note with your name on it.
or the name of someone that 40 years ago
Oh,
wrote
that's
their
what I was going
name.
to tell you, Meyer.
Or your
Meyer,
alias.
I have to find this sign for you, Meyer. There's an election and a guy that's running for whatever office. His name is Meyer. So there's a campaign sign that say Meyer.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really Meyer. That's my internet name, or whatever you want to call it. Name of the channel.
It'd be cool though to have that sign and you could put it behind you when you're doing a show.
Yeah, if you could give me one, that would be totally cool. I would love that. Put it in my cubby. Put it in my stack.
Yeah, it's getting crazy out here.
Man, it looks like we're watching CNN and there's a hurricane coming in or something.
See, this is my lab. Secure, locked with 2 locks.
Not that I would ever watch CNN, but you know what I mean.
I'm waiting for a big kaiju to start coming, like in the end of that. What was that movie? The Mist? No, not the Mist. What was the one? Was it the Mist? What was the one where
They're inside a supermarket.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
that was a good movie.
Big stalking aliens come walking through the fog and clouds.
I don't remember much about it, but I remember liking it.
Yeah, I liked it too. It had a twist ending. It had an ending that a lot of people didn't like, but I remember noodling it through and liking the ending and thinking what the options were.
Yeah. Is that a Stephen
The
King?
temperatures dropped about 20
I think
degrees.
it was Stephen King, and it was that Good Punisher movie.
The temperature's dropping since you came outside?
Like 20 degrees.
Wow. There's a front coming in right now.
So what are you going to grab something on the way home to eat or something?
No, I'm going to cook at home.
Yeah, that's smart, brother.
you hear the wind? Is it picking up on the mic?
Oh, definitely. It's making it. It sounds like hurricane gale winds.
The bad thing is, like, my store's internet or phone line will probably go down.
Oh
And I have
yeah.
to call them in the morning and have them come out and fix it.
So every time you have a big storm, that happens to you.
It seems like every time there's any kind of storm.
Yeah.
Anything happened in the news I should know about? I've been away
Let
from
me
the TV
see.
today.
I have no idea. Let me
Yeah,
actually I'm very out of
been
touch.
been on here for 4 hours, so any number of things could have happened. My cousin and my buddy were texting the whole time that the bus was going off. They were talking about that guy, the Walls guy.
Does he remind you of somebody? Like, I swear I've seen that guy before.
Yeah, he does something. But we lost Jatu for a minute. Yeah, he does remind me of
He like
something.
reminds me of
He's a
like either a
stereo.
cartoon character or a movie star. I think it's a
Yeah, he's
cartoon character. He reminds me.
kind of like a stereotype or something. Right? Like a Mr.
Can't put my
Weatherby.
finger on it.
I just looked at the news at the propaganda network Drudge Report, and they're saying Kamala Harris up 5 points over Trump. Trump is floundering. Amazing crowds for Kamala Harris. It's all propaganda saying that Trump just has no hope. He's losing Miami. Uh, they're wanting
He's
us to
losing every
believe that
state. He's going to
everyone.
lose in a landslide.
Yeah, we.
There's no chance. He's going to lose in every state.
Have you?
There's a
Do
blue
customers
wave.
talk? Do you get many customers talking
The
about
34 felony
politics?
counts, BTW.
politics.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
one guy that was just in, he said he was bummed about the VP pick. He didn't like that they chose him.
oh, Vance, yeah, yeah. There's a
No,
lot
no,
of
no.
people.
The other guy.
Or oh, the one that
Not
for
Vance,
Kamala
the other
Harris.
guy. The guy we're
Well,
talking about, Waltz or whatever. Waltz.
yeah, but
So
so
Waltz or
does he
Walt?
like? He's bummed because he likes Kamala Harris and thinks that was a bad choice, or bummed because
Yeah,
it makes.
that's why.
Ooh,
No, he wanted a different VP pick. He said he wanted
yeah,
the other
but
guy. I forget his name. What's the other
Shapiro,
guy that there was gonna do? Yeah,
Shapiro,
yeah. He said he wanted that guy.
yeah. Well,
Ben
that's
Shapiro. I love that guy,
interesting.
Ben Shapiro. He should have picked him.
I'd never heard of any of the choices that she was choosing between.
I didn't even heard of that Shapiro guy until 2 weeks ago when they talked about it. I did love seeing them heckling her, and then so there was a like footage of those pro-Palestine people like chanting from like last night or something or the night before. Did you see that? There were
Yeah,
these leftist cock simps right in front of the people chanting, and their faces were turning red. They were like those, really hyper racist Democrats that we're so used to seeing. But it was kind of the whole thing was comical to me. I thought it was really funny, and I loved her response. You see how angry she got? She's like a wine mom. She's an alcoholic. A lot of people say that she drinks a lot and has for a long time. Um,
Mm.
so she'll snap just like that. It's a real good moment right there. I enjoyed it. Very entertaining.
Yeah.
I hope more people heckle her and call her out on the genocide. She's pro genocide. I think that she needs to be
Yeah.
called.
Well, Trump set up, I think during the press conference, the part I heard, I've got to watch that press conference because I missed most of it because I was doing something. But he set up he had 3 dates that was inviting her. He already had the network set up for
Yeah,
debates and he was waiting to see if she accepts. Um,
she will, and she's going to knock his socks off. She's going to show up and just laugh him right off the stage because she's filled with joy. Did you see Ben Stiller? Boy, when she exuberates, she brings me joy. And so, yeah,
what, wait, Ben Stiller came, I've never heard of him in 20 years.
so
Is he on her
he
side?
he filmed like one of those TikTok videos of something like comedians for Kamala or something. And he
Oh,
just made a really cringy statement. He said that he wished that he always wished he had been black, is what he said. I think is what he said.
oh boy.
And then he said that he found her. What do we? Why we make? Why does the other side? Why do those maggots make fun of her laugh? It's because they're so filled with hate. Because she's clearly just exuberating her joy. I love when she laughs. Ben Stiller was serious. He said that he loved
Yeah,
her laugh.
I've heard that. That it's like, well, we need someone with a sense of humor. It's like,
I
oh
think
my
it's a good
gosh,
time
it's just
himself.
a fake evil cackle. It's annoying. That's the problem.
Give her a chance. Give her a chance. We'll see
Um,
what she can do.
I liked Ben Stiller in the night. I had never heard of him, and all of a sudden on the Fox network there was a show called the Ben Stiller Show, and it was really funny. And
Yeah.
then I don't know, something happened to him, and uh, but I remember they had a parody of the Lassie TV series, and it was called Manson, and they were saying Manson. And it was in black and white, and Manson was like drinking out of a stream like a dog on four legs, and then he looks up and he starts running. It was really creative and funny. I think. Much more so than Saturday Night Live was at that time period, and then that was either early 2000s or
Well, I really enjoyed his parents as a kid on television in the 70s.
oh
I
yeah,
really liked Stiller and Mira. And
right,
but he's a part of the machine. He's one of those completely indoctrinated whack jobs. But what was funny is just like you said, you haven't heard of him in 20 years or something like that. He opens up the video that he put on X or something yesterday by saying, "It's me, Ben Stiller. I'm not really a comedian, but you might know me from my movies. I was Derek Zoolander, and I was also the guy who got his dick caught in a zipper in Something About Mary." It was super cringy. He's like reminding people that don't know who he is, or I don't know.
weren't both
It,
those
it,
movies like
it
30 years ago?
yeah, it was, but it was kind of funny the way he opened it up, just in case you don't know who he is, like as a joke. Obviously you know who I am. I did a little something called Something About Mary. You may remember that. Of course
There's
you do.
a
You watch
there's
all
an
the time.
actress that I always kind of liked, and she's in she sings 60s style music, and she's like hangs out with Brian Wilson and Zoe Deschanel, and she's with this other guy. They have this singing duo called Her and Him or something like that. I forget,
I
She and
remember.
Him or something.
I
And I
remember.
think, she's got this. I mean, she's not a wonderful singer, but it's like this innocent, nice singing, and the music videos are funny and cool and cute, and I like her Christmas record. I mean, it's just I enjoy the music. Cleo hates it, but I enjoy it, and she's good enough. And I think she's got some new movie coming out. But when Biden was running the first time, she was the host of some pro Biden Democrat thing with someone else, and it's like, oh my God, why? I really liked her. It's just like,
Yeah.
it's like these people that you like, all of a sudden they turn into these
I remember
people
when
that
it
just
first
make it.
started. Like, remember it was first starting in like 2014, 2015, 2016 is when people were making their politics public, and I was like being disappointed by finding out about certain people being like, "Oh, that sucks that this guy's such a dick on Facebook." When I really liked his work, whatever it would be, whoever. There were so many; it's countless. How many it ended up being? It ended up being like 60% of the people that I used to like as artists ended up being just douchebags, all different artists, multidisciplinary art, from music to acting to filmmaking to drawing or
I
painting.
wonder if
And
they're
then,
getting paid to do that stuff.
what's that?
They're probably getting paid too to do that.
Yeah, I watched someone today talking, and I think either I don't know if it was you, Kevin, or Meyer, because I've talked to you both off the air recently. Were telling me that, or maybe I heard it somewhere on the internet that Kamala Harris's their campaign is contacting these TikTok influencers and giving them $20,000 if they'll insult Trump and talk about how great Kamala is. If they can show and prove that they're doing anti-Trump, they'll pay them all this money or 15,000. And this guy was talking about, I was contacted. He was someone that you would think would be a Democrat, but he says I guess he was insulted that he was being approached that way. Might have been for her, but that's a really cynical way to, you know, it's, but Trump's son, who's like 15 feet tall, he's like a Thark from the Edgar Rice Burroughs books, except he has two arms. That Baron Trump. He told his dad about this guy, and I still can't remember what was his name again.
Aiden Ross.
Aiden Ross. And so that's why Trump, invited him to Mar-a-Lago, and I thought that was a great interview. And it's just like I see what's happening, and then I hear how people are reporting it, and it's like people are seeing reality a whole different way. Like today in the press conference, he said that on JAN 6 that no one died, and I knew that they were all shrieking and saying, "No, that's a bald-faced lie. We need to fact check it because, well, I mean, actually, I guess that woman did that was shot, but
Yes.
uh, I mean, they said, well, all these police officers. No, someone died a few days later having, I think, a stroke or something. A policeman, but um, and it was probably due to stress from that day. But was it stress because he didn't have backup provided by Nancy Pelosi? Or maybe, it didn't happen that day. So what he said was accurate. It's like, yeah, they see the world completely differently. And anyway, oh, we've got 5 people back. Hello, everybody that's coming back from. Yeah, you were watching comic books being shown on another channel. We weren't showing enough comics, but I'm glad to see you guys back. All 5 of you. We're up to 14, but we're just about to end. So you'll have to rewind to see all our wonderful content. But that's great.
My phone just died.
Your phone died or is dying, sounds like. Well, aren't we all dying in one way or another? I don't know. I don't think Cleo really likes me doing live streams when she's working because I can't really, if she needs help, or something. I'm watching her text messages, but um but I don't know. I might want to do a live stream. I don't know, man. I'm not committed to Thursday night, and this other show that looks like it's pretty good, the Psychotronic Squirt Gun. They look like it's a wonderful show. It had Dr. Silver Age and Easy Comic Reader seems to have really good taste in comics, and some of the other people I don't know that were on that show. They moved to the exact same time slot a few weeks ago as this show, and that's fine. I don't own the time slot. I might move to another time slot, or I might do it at 1 in the morning, or maybe I'll do it the second Tuesday of next week, is what my father used to say. But I don't know. I'll figure out some time to do it. But I kind of want to spend time with my wife. I usually I try to do these shows when she's either sleeping or she's working, because I like to spend time with her, because um, I she's not, you know she's not feeling that well most of the time. I'm trying, and I was trying to raise some money with a GoFundMe, and that little GoFundMe address is going across the bottom. If you'd like to contribute a few dollars to it, just to help us out, that would be great. But so you donate money to PBS because you're stupid. But since you're intelligent, why don't you donate money to this fantastic network that provides far more entertainment than PBS will ever give you? When was the last time PBS had anything interesting? Uh, 1978, possibly. I can't remember when they showed Monty Python and the Holy Grail every couple. They would only show it during pledge drives and interrupt it every 15 minutes with pledge. How many times? This is a far better network to donate your money to. There's no communism here, so donate a little
Yeah, you
bit
don't
to
get these
this
communist
address.
tote bags. They send you the tote bag with the
Oh, the tote bag.
that's what
Man,
they're
when did backpacks become a thing? When I was in school, guys carried their books under their left arm, right? And girls carried them in front of them. And you see that on the old Archie comic books. That's how we carried our books at school. Now every kid has a backpack. That happened after I was in school, and I don't know when that change happened.
Is it because they don't have lockers and so they have to carry all their books with them
Oh,
all day? Is that why? Because we had
that
lockers and
yeah.
kept all of our books in our lockers,
Well,
or some of our books in our
okay,
lockers. We
that
didn't have
could
to carry
be,
them
but no,
all.
I think kids have backpacks even if they have lockers. But lockers were a pain in the butt, actually, now that I think about it, because there'd always be someone that would look over your shoulder to try to see what your combination was and say, "Oh, your combination." It's just people were such a-holes. Um, Man, I hated junior high school. It was horrible. Um, Horrible. Um, but anyway, I don't know. It's just I see things change, and I see Christmas traditions change. Now all these kids believe in, I mean, well, I guess, Rudolph is a new thing. Rudolph started in the late 40s. Montgomery Ward started the Rudolph thing, and Gene Autry sang a song, and then there was a TV show in 1964, TV special from Rankin Bass, and so that's become part of Christmas culture that didn't exist during World War II. Rudolph didn't exist, but now there's this new thing that swept and unless you have kids or around kids, you don't know, but every kid believes that there's an elf that is a spy, and it's because of some book that came out called Elf on the Shelf. I don't know if that came out in the 90s or 20 years ago, but at some point that came out and it swept. So what happens is kids will say, "My elf showed up today," and it's, "Oh, my elf showed up yesterday." So there's an elf assigned to every household, and so the parent will has a little elf, and they put it up somewhere high where the kid can't reach it. And every day while the kid's asleep, they move the elf to another room or another spot. And every morning the kids are looking around, where's the elf? And the elf is supposed to be spying for Santa Claus, I guess. Kind of like Odin sent the ravens out to see what people were doing, who was good and bad, because Odin and Santa Claus are the same entity. And so they're and they can't escape it because they go into a classroom and the teacher's got an elf, and that elf moves around the classroom every day. Then they go home and, "Where's the elf, man?" They're getting you used to 1984 to
Yeah, I was going to say that
you're
the elf
monitored
is a
everywhere you
metaphor
go.
for the
It's like,
surveillance state, is what the elf is. It's a yeah.
The elf is a metaphor for the police state,
Yes.
for the cabal.
We're always
I don't know.
watching. Yep, we're all seeing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I just
I
it
think I'm
used
gonna
to.
call it quits for the
Yeah,
night.
yeah, shit. I don't ever shut up. Okay, well, guys, we're gonna call it quits, and we'll see you sometime soon. Take care, everybody. Sayonara.
Got to stay on.